Before we begin, I have a bit of information. And before the Pledge of Allegiance and introductions, I would like to address Commissioner Buchanan's absence here today. Effective yesterday, Commissioner Buchanan resigned from the Arizona Game and Fish Commission. If I can speak for the entire commission, I want to thank Commissioner Buchanan for his commitment to Arizona's wildlife and dedication to sound wildlife management. I also want to acknowledge and thank Commissioner Buchanan for his distinguished service to our country. As many of you know, he's a 3-star general. With that, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And by the way, welcome to the meeting. I call the meeting to order. Commissioner Guggenauer.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing. We have a moment of silence, please. Governor Katie Hobbs ordered flags at all state buildings be lowered to half staff from sunrise to sunset, May 15th, in honor of National Peace Officer Memorial Day. Peace Officers Memorial Day is observed in conjunction with Police Week, May 10th through the 16th, and is recognized in honor of all federal and state and local law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty. She also ordered flags at all state buildings be lowered to half staff from sunrise to noon on Memorial Day, May 25th, in honor of all service members who have died for our country. The flag should then be raised to full staff at noon to honor all veterans. A moment of silence, please. Thank you very much. Please be seated. I'm trying to sit on something so I can see you all, because these chairs, I either need to be taller or the chair needs to be taller, one or the other here. What I would like to do is to welcome you all to beautiful Payson, and thank you for being here. I can see we have standing room only, so that's wonderful. Wonderful to have that many people be here with us. I would like to begin with the commissioner introduction. So Commissioner Kerr, if you would begin with us, for us.
Kurt Kerr, Pine Top, Arizona.
Marcia Petrie-Sue, Scottsdale, Arizona.
James Guggenauer, Payson, Arizona.
Jessica Manuel, Parks, Arizona.
Tom Finley, Director.
Joshua Hurst, Deputy Director.
And good morning, everyone. Luke Thompson, Special Assistant for the Director.
Good morning, Marianne Cox, Special Assistant to the Director.
Good morning, Jim Odenkirk, General Counsel.
Good morning, Jen Stewart, Support Services Assistant Director.
I'm Tony Giles. I'm the Assistant Director for Information, Education, Recreation Division.
Clay Crowder, Assistant Director for Wildlife Management Division.
Good morning, Jared McFarland, Field Operations Assistant Director.
She doesn't want to be introduced yet. Thank you so much, everyone. I do have to tell you that I've worked with a lot of companies throughout the world and executive teams and leadership, and I can truly say these people up here are the finest. They truly are. And I'm just honored. And by the way, this is my last meeting as chairman. So I can't believe how quickly this whole year has gone. And we'll talk about that at the end of the meeting. We would like to now have, Jen, are you going to do it or is Ed? Okay, I see Ed coming up. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, good morning. I have a couple of some announcements this morning. We have some great guests today.
Great.
And the first to knock it all off is State Senator Wendy Rogers from District 7. And we have her coming on virtually. I think Ben's going to do his magic right now. And hopefully in a couple seconds here, she'll jump on.
Yeah, we've done this before and there's a bit of a lag, but that's okay. You can go ahead and talk, or did you want to sing? We had karaoke last night. Thank you, Ed, for your karaoke.
You're very welcome.
Ed, I'm sorry, she has not joined us for the meeting yet.
We're moving. I hesitate to introduce our other guest because she'll probably pop right in once I do that. So
well, I'll share a bit of information. And many of you don't know this, but Commissioner Manuel has a fabulous voice, and she was doing karaoke last night. There, your secret is out. She hates me now.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I would tell you that Senator Rogers, we worked very closely with her this last session, and she was a great representative for us and our issues. And as you know, and we'll talk later in my legislative presentation about all the things that were achieved this year, and thanking the commission and everybody else who engaged on behalf of wildlife and the department. It was great to see, because there was a lot of unknowns, the uncertainty things happening, but it all came out great. So that was my little stall. For Senator Rogers.
That's great.
I can add to that, Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
If I may, what Ed's referring to is appropriation or funding that we were looking for hatcheries. So we organized a tour right here at Tono Fish Hatchery that was right here in Payson, just outside of Payson. And Senator Rogers was there. But what was important is groups like the Mogollon Sporting Association, Payson Flycasters, Desert Flycasters. A lot of our people that are into fishing and understand rim country all showed up to talk to Senator Rogers about this. And the end result of that was a great success. But thanks to Senator Rogers for leading that cry in the Senate. We have to have allies like that to function and to go forward. But it's because of the constituents and the people on the ground in Payson that actually made that an effective thing. Commissioners could be there, even staff could be there. But when the anglers show up and start talking about their conservation needs and their sincere fishing in our areas, that makes a bigger difference to everybody. So, thank you.
Well, Madam Chair, I think we'll just go ahead with the next guest.
That's great. Thank you so much. Okay. Thanks,
Okay,
Tony.
Here this morning is Steve Christensen. He's the Gila County Supervisor, and he would like to say a few words.
Great. Thank you. And thank you for being here too.
Thank you, Madam Chair and fellow commissioners, and welcome to Gila County again. And we're very proud of our local commissioner, Mr. Guggenauer, and we appreciate him being here. We appreciate you guys coming every year to Payson. And I wanted to say that Gila County is the best county in Arizona. So just to let you know right off.
Okay, check.
We're right in the middle of the state, and we have a great selection of animals to hunt and fish. We're looking forward to the Cold Springs hatchery developing, hopefully pretty soon. That'll be a great thing for our area. And I just wanted to say too that we've made some changes with the facilities at the county, and I think that we can accommodate you in the future if
Yay.
you so wish to do that.
Thank you.
It's slightly bigger than this room, but anyway, if you're interested in that, we'd be happy to talk with you on that. So
We're very interested. Thank you.
yes, well, I think we've eliminated some of the glitches. So thank you for that. Okay. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the next guest I want to recognize is Mayor Steve Otto, and he agreed to say a few words on behalf of the town of Payson.
Very nice. Thank you, sir, for being here, and I love your shirt. Ready for the 4th of July.
Absolutely. So welcome to everyone. Every opportunity we have to show Payson off to the state, to the other counties, we appreciate. Thank you for having your meeting up here. And since I'm not on the agenda, I'm not going to take your time so that we can get on with the business that you're here to conduct. So thank you for being here so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Sanchez.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, again, another guest that we're happy to have today is Brett Flaherty. He is also a Payson City Councilman,
Oh, nice.
and he's also agreed to say a few words.
Thank you for being here.
No, my pleasure. Thank you. And when they reached out to me earlier in the week and asked to be present, I was just tickled and pleased to be here and for the invitation. But being up here for the last 15 years in Gila County and one of the most beautiful areas with, in the Arizona Game and Fish hunt units, it's a privilege to get to work with Arizona Game and Fish. I'm a lifetime license, hunting and fishing license holder. We've, for my whole life here, 46 years in Arizona, we've hunted and fished here all across the state. And, my time being involved with a government agency, I have learned how much effort it takes to, accomplish something and to, push things forward in a positive direction. And so, I just have to applaud each and every one of you involved with the Arizona Game and Fish Department and how much effort you put in to, preserving, conserving our wildlife and just the natural beauty that we have. And so I know it takes a lot of effort to preserve what we have. And I am so grateful for everything that you all do. So thank you for having us.
Thank you for recognizing that. Thank you.
Commissioners, Madam Chair,
Yes.
we do have Senator Rogers on audio
Oh,
only.
good. Okay.
Perfect.
Great.
We'll let that go.
Thank you, Senator Rogers, for being here.
Good morning, Game and Fish. Traveling, visiting grandchildren in Colorado, heading up to Rocky Mountain National Park here momentarily. Wanted to call in and say it's been great working with you. I'm really glad we were able to get the $11 million for you for the fish hatchery in Payson out of the state budget. So glad we could do that. And looking forward to getting some legislation through next cycle to give veterans relief on game and fish licenses.
Well, and thank you for everything you do in your support of us and everything that we focus on. As you know, it takes people like you and the rest of the people in this room to make all of that happen. So thank you. Safe travels and enjoy Colorado. It's probably cooler than 106.
Yes, it is. And we have two little grandsons up here, 6 and 7 years old, and we hike them rigorously. And they went on a 4-mile hike day before yesterday, and this adult passed us and asked how they were doing, and they said great. And they were the only little kids on this moderate, rigorous trail. And he said, well, my little sons are your age, and now I might take them out. So we like to role model our grandkids.
That's fantastic. Well, thank you. Be safe out there and have a great time with family.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Commissioners, 2 more people, but I'm just going to recognize them today, is Payson Councilman Jim Ferris. Thank you for coming today. And also here today is Lori Mills. She represents Representative Crane's office here in Northern Arizona. And that concludes my guest list.
Thank you very much, Ed. Appreciate it. And I would like to take a moment to give all of our politicians and people that are here visiting a big round of applause. So please, one more. All right. I hope I don't break it. Here we go. All righty. I'd like to start with Mike Undlin. And come on up with your wife, Jenna, and daughters, Collins and Carson. Did I say that right? Okay, well, why don't we all come over here so we can get you all in a picture?
This is a really low table. I don't think I'm going to be able to duck out. Who's that?
That's all right. That's all right. What a beautiful family. Waving at him, I like it. Officer Mike Undlin has served with the Arizona Game and Fish Department since 2019 and is currently a primary watercraft law enforcement officer at Lake Pleasant, one of the state's most active areas for impaired operation. I was asked to go on a trip, and do some water work with you guys, and they said, let's do either Memorial Day or 4th of July. I said, I don't want to die, I just want to go see what all you do, so thank you for everything that you do. Throughout his 7-year career, Mike has established himself as a leader in operating under the influence, otherwise known as OUI, enforcement. His proactive efforts and his commitment to becoming a subject matter expert in the detection and apprehension of impaired operators has resulted in numerous OUI cases over the years, which in turn helps keep Arizona's waterways safe. Critical. Beyond his primary duties, he frequently volunteers for OUI checkpoints and saturation patrols across multiple districts and serves as a mentor and trainer for fellow officers seeking to advance their patrol skills. I could just imagine the book you could write on some of the things that you've seen and done. I can't even imagine. Mike is a vital instructional asset for the department and external agencies statewide. As a lead instructor for the Watercraft Enforcement Patrol Office course, the WEPOC, what do you call it, WEPOC? WEPOC, I like that, it's kind of like WAPWA, you got WEPOC. He teaches boat handling, trailering, water survival, and state boating laws. Yeah, I like some of these acronyms we do. He holds multiple certifications and instructs horizontal gaze, nystagmus. Did I almost butcher it too badly? Okay. Seated battery testing, officer water survival, and inland boat operation and marine patrol fundamentals. A lot. That's a lot. Additionally, Mike has played a key role in equipping and evaluating vessel platforms to standardize and enhance the department's watercraft patrol fleet. Mike's dedication to professional development and public safety has earned him significant accolades, including the 2022 Mothers Against Drunk Driving Honoring Heroes Award and the 2024 National Association of State Boating Law Administrators. And they call that one NASBLA. So we've got another acronym. Arizona's Boating Officer of the Year. Fabulous. His commitment to training his peers and removing impaired operators continues to have a profound positive impact on Arizona's watercraft enforcement program. For your exemplary performance in watercraft law enforcement and OUI detection, the Game and Fish Commission is honored to present you with the Commission Certificate of Appreciation. So thank you so very much. Make sure this is the right one. Yeah. All right. Do you want to hold this for us so we can take a picture? You want to hold it? Hold it.
Hey, she could be a commissioner.
I got my signal there. One more. Great, thank you. You want to carry this for Dad?
I don't even want to leave it.
I'll let you give this to Mom.
Congratulations and thank you, Mike. Well done.
Adorable.
What it takes a family to make a successful guy.
Right.
That's what you do. Yeah. You got it. You got to go. Yeah.
Kim Gray. Come on up, Kim. Thank you so much for being here. The Boyce Thompson Arboretum, which is fabulous, near Superior, Arizona, has devoted their mission to public education, research, and conservation of threatened and endangered species. The Arboretum is also designated as an important bird area, providing unique birding habitat and wildlife viewing opportunities for the public. And if you haven't been on their website, you need to go on their website. Am I right?
Yes. And come.
And come down. Yeah, we love it down there. Arboretum has been an excellent partner for the department. Both agencies have benefited from leveraging those areas where our missions overlap, and they do quite a bit. An early example of collaboration between the department and the Arboretum includes stocking the Air Lake, a small lake in the Arboretum property, which has served as a refuge for desert pupfish and Gila top minnow since the 1970s. The Arboretum is also home to multiple bat species, my personal favorite. I'm batty about bats, and they have hosted the department for over a decade, providing viewing opportunities through bat netting events. And if you've never been to one of those, you need to go. They're a ball. With the wildlife viewing program, these events allow the public to get up and close and personal as bats are captured by department biologists and to learn about bat biology and bat-related research. Doesn't that sound fascinating? I love it. Additional public events hosted by the Arboretum in cooperation with the department include creepy crawler night hikes and lizard day hikes. You're laughing. Where the public has an opportunity to lead through, to be led through the Arboretum by department biologists to learn about the animals, insects, and reptiles that occupy the 372-acre botanical garden. In the past, they have also held BioBlitz, where scientists, volunteers, and citizens collaborate to identify as many species of plants, animals, and fungi. That would be a fun one. Go look for fungi. I don't know, it's not on my short list. As possible across the Arboretum in a 24-hour period. That must be a blast. Unreal. Through these collaborative efforts and their devotion to public education, research, and conservation, Boyce Thompson Arboretum has become known for providing a unique and invaluable experience to all who visit. For these efforts, as part of the great partnership, the Commission is proud to present this certificate of appreciation to the Boyce Thompson Arboretum. So congratulations. Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you so much. And please take care. If I see you soon, we'll be down to see you. I'll let you know. Okay. Thank you very much. And now we will have our regional highlights. Regional Supervisor Chriselle Colvin. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, let's see if I can break it.
Yeah, I know. I'm always afraid it's going to snap off or something, right?
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Madam Chair, Commissioners. All right, there's my presentation. We're looking good so far. All right, so I am Chriselle Colvin. I am the Regional Supervisor for Region 6, and you are all sitting in Region 6 right now, so welcome. Thank you for coming. All right, next slide, please. All right, so before I jump into the highlights, I'm just gonna kind of do a little overview, remind everybody of some facts about Region 6. So we sit in the center of the state and have a substantial portion of the state's population. about 5.2 million people in our Phoenix metropolitan area, which is about 70% of the state's population. We have our large reservoirs and some really good game management units and outdoor recreation areas that are adjacent to all those folks. So there's lots of good opportunities to get outdoors and recreate. Region 6 encompasses about 13,501 square miles. Can't forget the one at the end there. And about 8 million acres. So, and that's comprised of about 17% private, 3% state, 55% federal, and most of that is the Tonto National Forest. We do also have a little bit of the Prescott National Forest, and 24% is tribal. We share common boundaries with all the other of 5 regions in the state, and we are made up of 8 total game management units, whole game management units, and then parts of 4 other game management units where we share responsibilities with either Region 4 or Region 5. And then we have Maricopa, Pinal, Gila, and Yavapai counties within Region 6. All right, next slide, please. I'm doing better at remembering to do that so far, so that's a win. All right, so now we'll talk about the people of Region 6. Here's our last regional photo, so lots of good-looking people there. And because the region's more than just a place, it's a people. Our region has the benefit of usually being fully staffed or pretty close to. Again, mentioned that since we're in that urban area, we have the advantage of lots of houses and jobs and things like that. So usually people are excited to come to Region 6, lots of opportunities for their families. When we're full, we have 42 employees, and then we often have interns as well. And that is out of our Mesa regional office, which is one of the busiest offices in the state. And we're one of 2 regions in the state that have 3 law enforcement sectors. So that means about half of our region is law enforcement officers and the other half is personnel out of the office. We also have a regional public affairs community liaison, which is Alex Flickinger. She's here with us today. And we have an urban wildlife specialist in the region. So that's unique and beneficial for us. So, all right, next slide, please. All right, if you guys remember way back to last year, I walked you through the region and how our habitat guides the work. And this year, I'm gonna take you on a journey on how the water in our region guides the work, because apparently I like a good theme. So here we go, ready? So as you can see from the fancy map here that our GIS folks helped me make, that kind of highlights the water in the region. We have 8 large lakes in the region. We have Lake Pleasant, Bartlett, Saguaro, Canyon, Apache, Roosevelt, Horse Thief Basin, and Horseshoe Lakes. We also have some river systems, the Salt, Gila, Verde, and Agua Fria. We have our rim streams up here, and just to name a few, we have Tonto Creek, Canyon Creek, Hagler Creek, Christopher Creek, and Horton Creek. We have 32 community waters, and on the map, those are the blue dots, a lot of them located in and around that metropolitan area. And then we have our water catchments on the map. Those are the green dots. As you can see, there's quite a few of those. And then we also have canals and things like that interspersed throughout as well. So, all right, next slide, please. So we'll start with how the work is guided for our customer service and sales as far as water in the region. So I did already mention one of the busiest front counters in the state. And a couple of statistics there is that in 2025, they sold 5,700 licenses out of the Mesa office. And approximately 3/4 of those were fishing license or hunt fish combos. And they answer tons of questions all day long about fishing, about boating, about watercraft registration. They do such an amazing job. They also, our regional office manager does a great job of getting them opportunities to get out in the field throughout the year. And as you can see from the photos along the bottom, a lot of times they end up out on the water, either on patrols with our officers or helping with fish surveys. They also registered 9,135 boats in 2025. And as I was making this presentation, I found out they actually keep photos of some of the more memorable craft that come in for registration. So next slide, please. So here's just a A smattering. The pretty red one in the top, I'm told, was a Corvette Stingray conversion. That was one of the favorites that came in. And then the bottom middle is actually a home build. I've seen a couple of those come in that are actually really well done. We've got amphibious vehicles that come through. And then we have, whatever that is in the bottom left. So there was also a photo of someone unloading just large barrels and a sheet of plywood. I didn't put that on there, but yeah, just interesting things that come in. So, all right, next slide, please.
It looks like they're getting ready for a boat parade or something, at Christmas.
All right, so as far as outreach events that are related to water, we have many outreach events that are fishing oriented. And then we have our annual outreach events that are tied to water. And one of those is actually our Payson Wildlife Fair, which happens here at Green Valley Park in May of every year. So we just had that for the year. And we had about 2,700 people with 20 that came to the fair. We had 24 booths there, and we loaned out about 147 fishing poles, and a third of those were to first-time fishermen. And we just found out that the Payson Fair won an award, actually. It was nominated by the Arizona Parks and Recreation, it was an award from the Arizona Parks and Recreation Association for the best educational event for a town with a population under 25,000. So we just found that out. I'm pretty excited about that. Our public affairs community liaison, Alex, does an amazing job, and that particular event was coordinated with the Payson Parks and Rec and the Tano National Forest, and they participated in nominating that event for the award as well. Some of the other outreach events are the Tres Rios Nature Festival that happens every year, and as the name infers, that's 3 rivers, and it's where the Salt, Gila, and Agua Fria come together, and that is held at our Basin Meridian Wildlife area every year. And we also do a Bighorn sheep viewing cruise at Canyon Lake every year out of the Mesa office, which is really popular, and get to see lots of bighorn sheep on that usually. So, next slide, please. All right, and then we have our law enforcement program, and our officers, and where they come together with the water there is on compliance patrols on those waters, usually, whether it's the community waters or out on our larger lakes. And another big piece of that is, besides the patrols themselves, which are fishing license compliance or safety compliance on watercraft on those bigger lakes, they also do a lot of training, as was mentioned before with Mike's award. And our region is very active in a lot of that training. And we don't just train game and fish officers, we train other agencies, both in Arizona and outside of Arizona, that come to that patrol officers course. And got some photos from that training on the next slide, please. So that Watercraft Enforcement Patrol Officers course, WEPOC, is scenario-based training. And as you can see in the bottom left there, they're in a scenario there in the photo there. And then they also do a water survival training. That's the being pushed into the pool there on the other side. And recently, one of our officers had an aha moment and realized, hey, it's not just our law enforcement officers that are out on boats and could benefit from this training, and actually made a version of that same water survival training for our non-enforcement folks or fisheries and that, and put it on for them. And they actually really enjoyed it and said that was really valuable for them. So we're going to keep doing that. So
I'm really glad you had an acronym for one of those things too.
Next slide, please. All right, and obviously aquatics is a bit of a shoe-in as far as how they're related to water. Hard to have fish without water. But we do have a new aquatics program manager in the region, Crosby Hedden, and he's doing an amazing job. They stay incredibly busy with surveys on all those waters, as we mentioned before. They're also undertaking out of the Native Aquatics program to survey stock tanks where there is sunfish that could be washed into the adjacent waterways, and developing plans to do removals so that we don't have those sunfish getting into our more sensitive waterways. And we got some notable stocking efforts like 55,000 smallmouth bass that were donated by Nebraska Game and Parks. And they were stocked in Apache Lake in July 2025. And actually, we're going to be doing that again this year. So, and then recently we were able to capitalize on the increased production of Gila trout at our hatcheries to complete Gila trout stockings in Hagler Creek, East Verde River, Lower Salt River, and the Lower Verde River. And for the Salt and Verde Rivers, that's the first time that we've had Gila trout in those since 2024. So, all right. And they also stay busy with habitat projects, like we do Christmas trees in the lake at Apache Lake this past year. And we just did a project on the East Verde River as well. And next slide, please.
Do you have any clue how many Christmas trees? I was watching a little bit of that. And any idea how many hundreds or thousands of Christmas trees were put in?
I
God,
could
it was
make
a
something
lot.
up, but I don't know offhand. It's a lot, though.
Yeah, okay. Just curious. Yeah,
A bunch.
Okay. I like it.
All right, and next slide, please. All right, here's some photos, and this is just recently from May. This is a habitat enhancement project for trout on the East Verde River. It was done in conjunction with Trout Unlimited and Natural Channel Designs, and it was focused on implanting log structures. They did get 2 of those log structures completed on this day, and I hear it was, so if you see there's no heavy equipment here, there's just people, and that is how they did that. So there was a lot of literal heavy lifting and moving. So, and there's more planned for the future. Next slide, please. All right, and that brings us to our habitat program, and their tie into water is mostly to do with invasive species work in those river drainages. And if you asked Bobby, he would also say wrangling old pipes and infrastructure at the wildlife areas, but we'll focus on the invasive species work. So our region has been working on a large scale project for quite a while now in the lower Gila River near our Robbins Butte properties to remove invasive plants, especially tamarisk, and revegetate with native species. And as part of that, to showcase some of this work that has been completed in March, Bobby Lamoureux, our Habitat Program Manager, and I participated in a field visit with Senator Dunn that was also in coordination with the Arizona Department of Forestry and Fire Management, or DFFM, and the Lower Gila River Collaborative to showcase that work and those habitat enhancements on our department-owned lands. And it highlighted the benefits of those as far as removal of the salt cedar or tamarisk and how that increases water availability. It's beneficial to wildlife and recreation, and it reduces fire issues in those areas as well. And then that was really highlighted for us in the recent Hazen fire, which happened right adjacent to this recent work. And we could see, I mean, you can look on a map and see how this work created a fire break, so that fire wasn't able to keep moving west in that river basin toward some of our properties and to be even more destructive. It really truly was acted as a great fire break there along the I-85. So next slide, please. All right, on to our terrestrial branch and their work as far as water. And they do have some that's directly tied to water, like water bird surveys, our secretive marsh bird surveys, the frog and aquatic snakes work that they do. And then this program is also heavily influenced by the lack of water. For example, last year we all saw that due to the long-term drought, some of the traditional food sources that for bears were not there. And so bears, they sought out human-associated food sources, as you can see in our photo there. And that really shifted the workload to be able to address that. So, and in addition, that they carry the load literally for managing a water for wildlife as well. So, you know, got to make sure the elk have their little swim time and all that. So, all right, next slide, please. So this includes water hauling, as you can see there, with some of our local volunteers, catchment maintenance and monitoring, as well as large-scale projects like solar projects and well conversions. Next slide, please. And we obviously don't do this work on our own. We have a lot of help. So I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight the local success of our local habitat partnership community here in Payson, Payson Natural Resource Committee, or PNRC as we affectionately call it. So these natural resources committees were originally formed to work with local permittees and special interest groups to get water and habitat projects on the ground that are beneficial to wildlife through grant funding and landowner relationships partnership funds. So the Payson Natural Resource Committees has been one of the most active partnership committee groups with lots of successfully submitted projects over the years. And as you can see, a really active group of partners there. We've got the local wildlife managers, and the group itself is run by the field supervisor up here in Payson, Joe Sayer. We've got active participation by the Tono National Forest and several special interest groups, the Mogollon Sporting Association, Arizona Mule Deer Organization, Arizona Deer Association, and Arizona Elk Society, as well as permittees, volunteers, and sportsmen. Next slide, please. All right, and the PNRC is actually now being used as a statewide model for local habitat partnerships. And some of the things that have helped it to be so successful are that it's kind of run as a workshop style, the meetings, you know, going through the processes, timelines, and even helping folks at the meeting to, you know, how to fill out the paperwork or what's the best application process and things like that. They also have the local Tono National Forest staff in the meetings. So the range staff, biologists, and district rangers. And that helps because then they're involved from the generation of the idea through, you know, any application processes and that kind of thing, which really helps speed things along. They also go over completed projects, current projects, and then brainstorm new projects for the future. Another thing that's popular is that the officers up here in Payson do presentations on recent law enforcement cases, just because people find that pretty interesting. So after those cases are adjudicated, they'll do presentations on those. They share basic trends from recent wildlife surveys, and of course review successful projects and build in plenty of time for relationship building and networking at those meetings. So again, just a really successful committee there. All right, next slide, please. All right, and I know you guys are all going to be sad, but that brings us to the end. So I hope you enjoyed the overview of what we're doing here in Region 6, and let me know if you have any questions.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I'm always interested to see what you're doing and everything else, but a lot of hard work, a lot of people involved, a lot of great teams, and you're a good motivator for that and a good leader. So I appreciate that very much. Any comments or questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners.
Director?
Nice work, Chriselle. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, thanks to the region and Payson for welcoming us, Madam Chair, and I'll get started. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. We will be operating off the agenda dated June 15th, 2026. For the benefit of the public, agendas are available and located on the table by the door. If a member of the public wishes to speak to the Commission on an agenda item, please fill out a blue slip, also available on the table. Give the blue slip to staff and we will ensure that you are recognized on the appropriate agenda item. If you would like to present the Commission with materials as part of your presentation, please place the materials in the inbox on the table by the door, and we'll make sure they are distributed. We are webcasting this meeting. However, the webcast is not interactive. The department accommodates comments and discussion from attendees in person and at regional offices via video conference and electronic blue slips. If you want to address the Commission on something that is not on the agenda, you have a call to the public notice for that purpose. You can sign up for the call to the public by filling out a blue slip The chair will recognize you, and at that time, you may address the commission. In accordance with the open meeting law, the commission is not able to discuss or take any action on a topic brought up in the call to the public because it was not noticed on the public agenda. But the commission may refer it to a future meeting or ask the department to respond to the comments or meet with you to address the issue. With that, Madam Chair, we'll move on to agenda item 1, which is called to the public.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We have one blue slip here, and that would be Mr. Jake Swartwood, who is president of MSA. Is he here? No? Oh, he stepped out. Well, we'll wait then. Okay, we'll wait, but we'll go on, I think, to agenda item number 2.
Madam
Director?
Chair,
Yes.
just a quick check-in. It does not appear that we have any blue cards in the regions either.
Oh,
So-
good. Thank you for that. Thank you. All right, well, I say we go on to agenda item number 2 and let me know when he returns, please.
Madam
Okay.
Chair, item 2 is species of greatest conservation need briefing, and the presenter is Jeff Sorensen, Invertebrate Wildlife Program Manager. Hi, Jeff.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, good morning. I'm Jeff Sorensen. I'm the department's Invertebrate Wildlife Program Manager. I'm here to provide an informational briefing on our species of greatest conservation need, specifically on our snail conservation actions. Under Arizona Title 17 wildlife laws, Game and Fish Department, as well as the Commission, have management authority for all vertebrate species of wildlife and crustaceans and mollusk invertebrates. The harvest of crustaceans and mollusks are regulated under Commission Order 42. Next slide. Arizona is home to 208 native species of wildlife of crustaceans and mollusks, plus about a dozen introduced and invasive species of the same. Half of our species of greatest conservation need, mollusks and crustaceans, are vulnerable and are either ESA listed, protected and managed under signed conservation agreements and plans, or are also designated as closed season species under Commission Order 42. And I should point out that over a quarter of the 800 plus species that the Arizona Game and Fish Department manages are species of greatest conservation need, mollusks and crustaceans. Next slide. So the Invertebrate Wildlife Program for the department has a mission to lead collaborative efforts to conserve and protect our species of greatest conservation need, mollusks and crustaceans across Arizona. To achieve this, we develop and implement snail conservation agreements and plans. We coordinate with agency partners on the snail surveys and management actions. And we also provide expertise on our crustaceans and mollusk information needs. We work with a whole wide range of agency partners, including non-government organizations. We have local as well as county natural resource agencies. We work with private landowners, universities, and a whole host of federal agencies. Our partners provide an essential service to us to be successful in conservation. We can't do the work without them. So the Invertebrate Wildlife Program is funded through state wildlife grants, Arizona Heritage Fund, and non-game checkoff donations. Next slide. Over the past 25 years, we have been very successful with these voluntary signed conservation agreements for several of our species of talus snails and spring snails around the state. Now, these conservation agreements, working with our landowners, land managers, we've been able to preclude the ESA listing of several of those species of talus snails and spring snails. So that's a big win for everybody. We currently have 2 agreements and conservation plans that are in review right now for several species of spring snails in central Arizona, as well as the tiny Ketopaketo trionia. And we are working with the BLM, Bureau of Land Management, to develop a new conservation plan for spring snails that are occurring on BLM lands across Arizona. Next slide. To highlight some of the conservation actions that we provide for our species of greatest conservation snails. We are active with doing surveys and monitoring for about 3 dozen of our species. And that includes 2 of our invasive aquatic species as a threat reduction. We work closely with landowners as well as land management agencies to do habitat protections for several of our at-risk and rare spring snail species around the state. And in recent years, we've been very active in doing translocations of spring snails to either put them into captivity to try to boost their numbers, as well as to do translocations into the wild. To my knowledge, we are only the second in the nation to take that type of lead on our spring snail translocations of repeated efforts. Next slide. We also provide quite a bit of information to our peers as well as our partners. We have helped finalize the recovery plan for the endangered three-forked spring snail. This is the first for an Arizona snail in over 30 years. And I know that because I've been with the department for over 35 years. We currently are participating in 6 species status assessments with the Fish and Wildlife Service, including recovery teams. That covers 7 of our Arizona mollusks and 1 mountain snail in New Mexico. They're kind of lacking some of that expertise, so they're tapping into us. And our volunteers, citizen scientists, and biologists with both internally as well as externally have provided over 900 new records of snails to the iNaturalist project called Land Snails of Arizona. And later in my presentation, I'm going to get into a few more details about how wonderful that particular database has been for us. Next slide. So to highlight some of the additional management actions that we've been taking in recent years, we have worked with our partners on installing several fenced enclosures around endangered three-forked spring snail occupied sites to reduce elk trampling and crayfish predation. That involves putting in bullpen panel fencing around some of those sites or modifying some of the historic spring boxes in that area to reduce the chance that crayfish are going to predate on any repatriated snails.
Jeff, what unit is that in? Is that up in 27?
Alpine?
Alpine?
It's the Three
White
Forks and Boneyard Bog area.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah, it's right off Forest Road 249.
Okay, thank you.
But our partners in this project have been the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. They've been very active, the Forest Service, as well as the Phoenix Zoo, the Nature Conservancy, and even back in 2014 with the initial work, the National Wild Turkey Federation.
Wow.
They received a local grant through the Water Protection Fund to kind of bankroll that. They called us up, said, hey, we got the money. I told them we got the ideas and how to implement it. So it's been a very big success for us. Next slide. One of our additional really good success stories is working with a local rancher, as well as Tonto National Forest, our landowner relations program, our development crew, and our Mesa Regional Office to protect the spring habitat in a population of the very rare verdi-rimmed spring snail at Hutch Springs. Now, this is east of our Horseshoe Ranch wildlife area on the Verde Rim. So as you can see in these images of the before and after on the top right of the slide, this is what the spring channel looked like before the enclosure fencing was put into that site. So livestock had gotten in there and trampled the habitat, reducing the number of snails, degrading the habitat. And in a short time frame, once that fencing was put in, that habitat quickly recovered. And our spring snail population at that site rebounded tenfold as far as population numbers. So this has been a big success for all involved, as well as that very rare species of greatest conservation need snail. So we have also were able to reconnect the water source at the lower end of the spring to some nearby livestock drinkers, and that benefits the ranchers' livestock herd, as well as providing an additional wildlife water. And we have a population of lowland leopard frogs using those drinkers as habitat now.
Cool.
Next slide. Effective wildlife conservation takes a community to succeed, similar to raising a child. It takes a whole bunch of folks, a village. Partners make the difference. So I want to emphasize that our collaboration with the Phoenix Zoo Conservation Center has been fantastic. We have the nation's first large-scale captive propagation and refugia of Pergolopsis spring snails. And because of that collaboration, we were able to get the research published in 2 peer-reviewed journal articles on the life history as well as the propagation techniques. Wow. So the Phoenix Zoo currently has 3 populations of spring snails that are at risk and rare: the Huachuca spring snail, San Bernardino spring snail, Quito Paquito trionia. So, and the zoo folks are very active in going out in the field with us to do surveys as well as to do translocations. So again, an outstanding partnership. Next slide. In recent years, we've been very successful in translocating and establishing a new population of endangered three-forked spring snails along Boneyard Creek in eastern Arizona. This has not really been tried, from at least as far as we know, we're probably the second in the nation to do a wild-to-wild translocation. So we're kind of on the cutting edge of that. But I think we are also probably the first to be successful in translocating captive raised spring snails from the Phoenix Zoo to a spring called Scotia Canyon in the Huachuca Mountains. So, and switching over to our land snails, over 25 years of implementing the San Alvaro Talus Snail Conservation Plan and the Pinaleno Land Snail Conservation. So that's helped preclude the listing of 3 different talus snail species underneath those conservation plans. That's voluntary conservation plans with private landowners as well as the Coronado National Forest. So that's kind of a good thing to point out to a lot of our federal partners across the Western United States. These voluntary conservation agreements and plans, they work, especially when they're implemented well. Next slide. On to citizen science. We have had a lot of luck and a lot of help with our partners as well as volunteers on an invasive species called the apple snail. It's a rather large snail, somebody's unwanted aquarium pet, was released out into the wild in the Verde River, Salt River. And over the last 7 years, we have removed over 13,000 invasive apple snails and over 162,000 of the egg masses in the lower Salt River. Apple snail surveys are conducted during the summer months into the early fall. That's when the snails are most active. These snails are not palatable to most of our fish and wildlife, so we get to act as their population control. So next slide.
Oh, wait, I want to say something about that one.
Okay.
And thank you for reaching out. We did this last year. I did this with a girlfriend, and we were in one of those kayaks. And it's actually fun because you take your paddling, you just beat those reeds to death to get those pink things off. Because I guess once they hit the water, they die. They can't survive.
Yes, that is
so. How many girls do I have coming this year? I think I have 5.
You have 4 additional helpers coming up.
Yeah,
next
exactly.
month.
Yeah, it's hot, but we get out there early and we finish early, but I'm always glad to be able to do that. Plus, it's just it's a good girl group time. So thank you so much for that, Jeff. It's really well done. How many people do you usually have on those?
It ranges between 2 dozen to 3 dozen.
Yeah.
Our last survey, we had 35 people out there.
Great.
And they were all very enthusiastic.
Great. And I love the citizen science. So thank you for that very much.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So we have noticed that the relative abundance of these invasive apple snail eggs along a 2.5 mile stretch of the river that we're actively working on is in a slow, steady decline. So we are making a difference combating this invasive snail. You know, a single female can produce thousands of young a year. And if we don't have a lot of fish and wildlife feeding on them, this is a problem that is going to be a detriment to the aquatic ecosystem. Those apple snails may replace our native snails, which is a big part of the food base for a lot of our fish and wildlife. So again, it takes a whole community of folks to come out and make a difference.
Commissioner Kerr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jeff, thanks for your work. How educated is the public on what they should look for with these apple snails and their egg masses and what they could do to help the cause?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you. That's a good question. We are getting the word out. Part of our job out there is not only to collect data on the snail population, but also to remove them. But while we're out there, we're educating the public, a lot of recreationals, kayakers, paddleboarders, the public, and a lot more of them in recent years are like, oh, good job. You're going after the apple snails. We appreciate that. And
Well,
so
and aren't
we
your
also
shells
have,
have some kind of toxin or something in them that you say don't touch them, and people say, oh, but they're so pretty.
these apple snails do have a parasite that might cause something called rat lungworm disease, which for humans, if you're infected, is a form of meningitis.
Ooh.
So we always recommend folks, wash their hands after handling the snails or the egg masses.
Yeah.
Generally, you want to wash your hands after handling any wildlife. It's always a good idea.
Yeah.
So.
Interesting.
But to get back to you, Commissioner Kier, we do have a new press release that's going to be going out to the media talking about apple snail awareness and the issues that we have and how the public can help us combat these snails.
Excellent.
Excellent. Thank you, Jeff.
You bet. Next slide.
Good question.
Another fantastic opportunity for citizen science is in getting volunteers out in the field is documenting our Phoenix talus snail, our local snail that lives in among the Phoenix area on our mountain preserves. Now, these snails are active during the winter months with winter rains, and so it's a great time to get a whole bunch of volunteers out scouring a hillside looking for these, similar to a treasure hunt, but you're now looking for very cryptic snails. So we have been able to document over the last 20 years 100 new populations, which is fantastic because this is one of our species that is currently undergoing a federal species status assessment to determine whether or not the species should be listed as threatened or endangered under the Endangered Species Act. So we're providing that type of scientific knowledge to that Fish and Wildlife Service assessment. So, and this has been a wonderful opportunity for volunteers to get out there, go hiking, and learn something more about the environment and the unique snails that live out there in the rocky habitat. Next slide. Getting back to our iNaturalist app project called Land Snails of Arizona. This is the one that we developed about a decade ago, and now we have over 900 new records. These are records that would have been very difficult for the department to capture because it covers statewide perspective. The app is free, it's easy to use, so that it's perfect for volunteers, our partners, our fellow biologists. We have a community of species experts from across the Western United States that will actually look at those records and help identify those. And we also use the records from this through our heritage data management system. So they'll actually harvest research grade records, ones that have been reviewed and said, oh yes, these are what likely this species is. So that helps us with our distribution, our wildlife distribution databases. So this has been a fantastic way to get volunteers to really get engaged, just using the phone that they have, get it out, taking pictures of wildlife or plants, being able to post those with the locality information. So we have a QR code there for folks to be able to use as well. So this has been a really easy way for us to get a lot of new records, and it has made us a bit more efficient because now that we can look at those records in those locations and we can, better focus our workload and travel to go out and visit sites that we know that there's these unique populations. So next slide. In summary, we are proactively managing dozens of our most at-risk and rare native snails around the state with very strong support from our agency partners and volunteers. Effective implementation of several conservation agreements and plans have helped preclude the need to federally list 5 of our snail species in Arizona. With our Phoenix Zoo partners, we are recognized as the national leaders in spring snail translocation and captive propagation. We've gotten a lot of calls from states of Utah, Nevada, as well as New Mexico. And citizen science efforts like the iNaturalist Land Snails of Arizona project and the invasive apple snail surveys, removals that we generate lots of data as well as lots of volunteer labor contributions. It takes a community to be successful. Next slide. This wraps up my presentation. Thank you for your support.
Excellent, excellent. Any questions or comments?
Yes, Madam Chair. So thank you, Jeff, and appreciate the conversation this week. So for the public, a couple of points. Everything is connected in the wild, from snails to elk, and everything's got a place. Everything plays a part, enhances what we do, and everything needs to be understood and managed. This is part of what not only the Arizona Game and Fish Department, but other agencies across the country are doing on the ground every day. The second piece, and you mentioned it a couple of times, is working with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife. When species start to become threatened or endangered, there's a plethora of rules that kick in that start to limit access, that start to limit what groups like Jeff manages here and different agencies that they partner with, what they're allowed to go do. And it makes the work much harder. When you can turn the conversation around and actually inform the U.S. Fish and Wildlife of what the species is, the numbers are, the ranges, it makes it significant to go do that. So does it take a village? It absolutely does do that. But without that, we wouldn't have a successful program like that. So I applaud you and your team for the work that you do here in Arizona.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you. I also would like to say that I looked at and calculated, we have got about over 81,000 acres of habitat that's managed under our signed voluntary conservation agreements for Arizona snails.
Wow.
That allows that habitat additional protections, additional management, additional monitoring that otherwise might not have that level. And so it provides, better ecosystem health, healthy wildlife populations, as well as access for, hunters and anglers, recreational folks. So without having that heavy burden of federal, designated critical habitat or restrictions and stuff like that, it's a win for a lot of folks, as well as our wildlife species.
Great work. Please thank you. A big time thank you to you and your team.
Thank you.
So,
very much.
and I will see you soon.
Yes.
Okay, thanks,
And
Jeff.
open invitation to anybody else. Thank you.
The list is open, right? Director, can we go back to blue slips, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, item 1 is call to the public.
Great, thank you very much. Joseph Morris, you don't have an agenda item down. It's for a champ permit. Would you like to speak, please? Thank you so much. And is he here yet? Is he here?
Luke Thompson. I spoke with him yesterday. I'm a disabled veteran. Your champ permit applications, we are requiring a medical doctor or a doctor, DOMD, to sign the champ permit. Here in Payson area, VA clinic, we only have nurse practitioners. Everything else is outsourced. I went to your Flagstaff office for Fish and Game, picked up my permit, brought it back. They rejected it because it was signed by a nurse practitioner. They laughed at me. What my complaint is, and I'm asking for an amendment to your ruling on champ permits, is that if it's obvious, there is no reason to ask for a medical doctor to sign a form. If I wasn't a veteran and I had to pay out of pocket to go see a doctor to have him sign the form, you're looking at $150 to $300. That puts a financial burden on disabled sportsmen. I request that you do amend it. If it's obvious, I can go to motor vehicle department, any other state agency, apply for any kind of disability. If I show up and go, hey, look, I'm disabled, there is no question. So I ask, please amend the champ permit. And I knew Luke was going to be here. I'm going to give him mine. We're working on trying to get this resolved. The other question the request I have is you talk to all your staff statewide. When you're dealing with somebody that is disabled, don't laugh at them.
No.
It's disrespectful.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. And
Sir, thank you so much for your time. And most of all, thank you for your service and keeping our freedoms free. Much appreciated. Thank
Okay.
you, sir.
Y'all
Thank-
have a good day.
Thank you. And thank you, Luke. Okay, good. All right. I think that, did we have any in any other regions?
Madam Chair, we do not have other regions, but I believe we do have other blue cards here in the room.
I
in the
have them, but
packet
they're
there.
for particular agenda items.
Very good. I believe we do have Mr. Kolazar that wanted to speak during call to the public.
Oh, okay. You have agenda item 3, John. Oh, good. Come on up. We know who you are.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission, Director Finley and staff. For the record, my name is John Kolazar. I'm representing Conservation First USA and the Arizona Deer Association this morning. I was looking at the records, and in 2004 and 2005, several of us worked on passing the legislation that allowed us to have raffle. And we have very few of us have been doing it now for 21 years. We have raised over $14 million for the Department for Habitat and for Wildlife.
Thank you.
I wasn't looking for the accolades, just a little background for those newer commissioners. I'm sure Commissioner Emanuel was fairly young when we started this. We were middle-aged crazy. Now we're ancient crazies still doing it. This year we have requested the standard tags that we did last year. I know the Arizona Deer Association has requested 1 elk tag, 1 deer tag, mule deer tag, and 1 Coues deer tag. They are working on the logistics of how they're going to do the drawing, whether it will be at their annual banquet or whether it will be at the Arizona Game and Fish Expo. That's something to be determined, whether everything can be worked out or not. With Conservation First USA, we have been working diligently with the department, as well as Mr. Odenkirk, attempting to find as many avenues as possible and how we can effectively reach out beyond just our state's borders. So, and as for the record right now, this year we're slightly over $1 million. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Always appreciate you.
Take care.
Madam Chair, John, I just wanted to say, if I could please.
Of course.
That I know you weren't seeking the applause. I just wanted to say that you all deserve it. And for all the folks that are trying to wrestle the term conservationists away that are just enviro litigants, you people actually do it and do it every year and have done it all your life. So thank you. A lot of other people in this room too. So thanks so much for that.
Thank you for that. And by the way, we have trained a couple of people in the HPC program, Mr. Sterla and Mr. Calvacant. You keep promoting them because they do such phenomenal jobs. We will train more people for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Director?
Madam Chair, if it pleasures the chair, we could move into a break,
Yes.
15 minutes.
Yes, that'd be great. 15-minute break. See you back at, what time am I talking about? 9:30. Please be back at 9:30. Director?
Madam Chair, item 3 is consideration of proposed Commission Order 29 for special big game tag hunting season for mule deer, white-tailed deer, pronghorn, elk, turkey, javelina, bighorn, sheep, bison, black bear, and mountain lion for the 2027-2028 season. And the presenter is Aaron Butler, Big Game Management Program Supervisor. Hi, Aaron.
Good morning.
Thank you, Aaron.
Good morning. Hear me? It's on. Okay. Madam Chair, Commissioners, leadership, thank you for having me this morning. Commission Order 29, Special Big Game Tags. Next slide. So the Special Big Game Tag Special Big Game Tag Program is authorized through Statute 17-346, and it authorizes the Commission to approve up to 3 special tags per big game species each year. And then those tags are issued through Article 4, Rule 120. The hunter has to buy a license and then have this special tag in order to participate. Next slide. So we're just going to run through all the permits that we would authorize through this rule. We're recommending 3 mule deer tags from August 15th, 2027 to August 14th, 2028, authorized statewide for general, and then the metro units for archery. Next slide. For white-tailed deer, same thing. August 15th, 2027 to August 14th, 2028, 3 tags statewide general, with the metro units being archery only. Next slide. Pronghorn, same season dates, August 15th to 2027 to August 14th, 2028. These are authorized statewide as well in units that are open to general hunters. And then 11M for the metro archery. Next slide. Elk, August 15th, 2027 to August 14th, 2028, 3 tags statewide with archery allowed in 11M. Next slide. Turkey, August 15th, 2027 to August 14th, 2028. These 3 tags are offered statewide as well with archery in 11M. Next slide. Javelina, 3 tags statewide from August 15th, 2027 to August 14th, 2028 with archery in all 4 metro units. Next slide. Bighorn sheep is a little bit different. It's also authorized statewide from August 15th to 2027 to August 14th, 2028, but we divide those tags based on subspecies. So 1 tag is valid In the northern portions of Arizona, where we consider Nelsoni species, one tag is valid in the southern portions, which we consider Mexicana, and one tag is valid for our Rocky units, and those are all listed there. So no change from last year. Next slide. Bison is also offered by different areas around the state. 2 of these tags are offered August 15th through August 14th. The other one has a closure in the Raymond Wildlife Area, which is an Article 8 closure within the wildlife area. So the first tag would be valid for any bison on the Kaibab Plateau. The second tag would be valid for any designated bull bison on the Raymond Wildlife Area with a closure in the summer during calving. And then the third tag would be valid on the House Rock Wildlife Area year-round. Next tag. Or next slide, sorry. Black bear, August 15th to August 14th, 2028, 3 tags statewide with the 4 metro units included. Next slide. Mountain lion, same thing, 3 tags statewide, August 15th through August 14th, 2028, with the 4 metro units being open. Next slide. You have the cert copy in front of you this morning, and the department has a recommendation when the commission's ready.
Yes, please, go ahead. Commissioner Kerr.
I was just going to.
Oh, a recommendation.
I was going to.
Oh, okay, all right. I thought you had a comment. Okay,
Okay.
please go ahead with the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. The department recommends the commission vote to adopt Commission Order 29 special big game tag seasons for 2027-27-8 as presented.
I have a recommendation,
So moved.
and I have so moved, and I have a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it passes.
Great, thank you.
Madam Chair, item 4 is authorize the award of special big game hunt tags to wildlife conservation organizations for pronghorn, bighorn sheep, black bear, bison, elk, javelina, mountain lion, mule deer, turkey, and white-tailed deer for 2027 and 2028. The presenter is Andrew Cavalcant, Natural Resources Planner, and we do have at least 1 blue slip, I understand.
Yes, I do.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Do we want to do the blue slip
Okay.
first, or should I start?
Let's go ahead and do the blue slip first.
Okay.
Okay, Johnny Fugate. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission, director, and staff. My name is John Fugate. I represent the Yuma Valley Rod and Gun Club. Today, on slide 7, it indicates a sharp decline in revenue. Hopefully, the department will explain to the commission why that has occurred. On Andrew's slide 8, we'll see a mule deer tag and a white-tailed tag that indicates revenue received when the deadline to purchase tags is July 14th. I'm sure he'll explain that to you. Slide 32 indicates that for a second year, 3 bear tags, 3 javelina tags, and 3 mountain lion tags were not requested. Where is department revenue coming from to directly benefit said species? That's it.
Thank you, John. Andrew, thank you.
All right. Well, once again, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, I'm Andrew Cavalcant, the Natural Resource Planner for the department. And today I'm going to present the Arizona Special Big Game Tag applications for the 27-28 season. Next slide. All right. So the Special Big Game Tag program is authorized under statute 17-342, which states the commission may issue special big game tags to an incorporated nonprofit organization that's dedicated to wildlife conservation. In addition, no more than 3 special big game tags can be awarded per big game species. Additionally, there is a rule that outlines the process and requirements for an organization to receive these tags. Next slide. Next series of slides, I'm going to go over just a special big game tag timeline, give you an idea of how the program works. So it starts with the application period, which begins on March 1st to May 31st. And at this time, the department notifies qualified wildlife conservation organizations. And within this notification, we outline things such as important deadlines, process updates, and we even give application form instructions. And as we receive these applications, the department will review them and ensure that they align and meet the statute and rules. And also we'll look at things such as if they align with the department's and the commission's priorities and direction for these tags. Next slide. All right, then we have our tag allocation, and this is where the department will compile all application requests and give them to the commission for the review. Then these tag applications are presented at the commission meeting, which is why we're here today. And at this point, the commission can decide whether to allocate all or a portion of these tags based on the received applications. Next slide. After that, once an organization is awarded a tag, they must enter into an agreement with the commission. And okay, sorry. And so after an organization is awarded a tag, they must enter into an agreement with the commission. And this agreement outlines key responsibilities such as they must cover all promotional admin costs, they must transfer all fees or all proceeds, I should say, to the department within 90 days. They have to abide by rule and statute. And also they must follow the sale method as outlined within their application. So once these agreements are fully executed with the commission, they can only then sell the tags. Next slide. All right, so once an organization sells the tags, the winners must then sign into an agreement with the organization. Now, this agreement, once again, outlines key terms and conditions for receiving this tag. And some of the key terms that are in there is that all tags cannot be resold, that all the proceeds must come back to the department within 90 days, and the awardee must submit hunter information within 60 days of the tag, and also tags will not be issued until the department receives all the funds. Next slide. All right, so here's a little history of the program. It started back in 1984, where the commission awarded just 2 Bighorn sheep tags. That generated just under $150,000. You fast forward to the 25-26 season, and the program generated just under $3 million. To date, the program has generated $55 million. And what's really unique and special about this program is that 100% of those proceeds come back to the department, and they're administered through the Habitat Partnership Committee program, where 100% of those funds go on the ground to fund projects that directly benefit the big game species. So it's a pretty awesome number if you think about it. It's $55 million that directly went to the landscape for our wildlife. Next slide. All right, here's a summary of the 26-27 special big game tags that are currently being sold that the commission awarded last year. So the commission awarded 21 special big game tags, 17 to Conservation First USA, 2 to the Arizona Deer Association, and 2 to the National Wild Turkey Federation. Only 2 tags have been sold to date, which is from ADA, which generate just under $300,000. These organizations have until August 15th to sell these tags. Conservation First USA will be raffling off their tags at the end of July, and the National Wild Turkey Federation will be auctioning their tags off in the beginning of August. Next slide. Oh.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Andrew, based on the previous question that we had, can you repeat that to make sure everybody understands that statement?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, of course. Yes. Ben, can you go back a slide? Thank you. Yes. So these are the 26-27 special big game tags that the commission awarded at the last August commission meeting. These tags start on August 15 of this year. So the organizations have until August 14th of 2026 to sell these tags. So those 19 tags that you see pending will be sold within the next, before August 1st. All right, next slide, Ben. All right, so now we're gonna go into the actual applications the department received. We received 3 applications from the Arizona Big Game Super Raffle, who's doing business as Conservation First USA, the Arizona Deer Association, and the National Wild Turkey Federation. Next slide. Here's a table summarizing the specific tags these organizations are requesting. Conservation First USA is requesting 17 tags. Arizona Deer Association is requesting 3 tags, and the National Wild Turkey Federation is requesting 2. There were no requests for black bear, javelina, or mountain lion from any organization this year. One thing I would like to note is all 3 of these organizations have proposed to sell these tags in a non-auction raffle format. very similar to how they were awarded in the previous year. Next slide. All right, so now we're going to look into the process of allocating these tags. The allocation approach and the next 7 criteria in the next slides that I'm going to go over was established by the commission in order to ensure we are awarding the tags in a fair and equitable way. First, the tags will be considered in the following order, which you can see there. Then a draw will be conducted where appropriate. After that, auction or action will be taken after all species have been considered. I would like to note that based on commission direction from the March 2024 commission meeting, no tags may be awarded in an auction format. They will all be in non-auction format. Next slide. All right, so these are 7 criteria that I'm going to go through. They're going to help guide us when we allocate these tags. So first, criteria number 1 states that the director will review these proposals and ensure that they meet the requirements in statute and regulation. Next slide. I do want to apologize. You can hear a lot of species specific in this, and it might get a little repetitive, but I think it's important that I read all these out for the audience and for everyone to understand this. So criteria number 2, first, Conservation First USA will receive 1 special big game tag per 10 big game or per big game species if they have requested it. And that leaves 2 special big game tags to be awarded in this approach. Criteria number 3 is a qualified species-specific organization will be considered first for tags for the species their organization represents. And they may be awarded both tags for that species if they are the only species-specific organization. Next slide. All right. Criteria number 4, if the number of species-specific organizations is equal to or greater than the number of tags available for that species, then only tag requests from species-specific organizations will be considered. The commission will award tags using the awarding process, which I will go into a little bit later. Criteria number 5, for tags that remain after awards have been made to species-specific organizations, any qualified organization who requests a tag will be considered. Next slide. And after that, general requests for tags will be looked at, and this is where a species is not named. And then criteria number 7 will play a role in today when we're talking about the L tag. So a wildlife conservation organization is limited to 2 tags per year. Once they are awarded 2 tags, an organization is not eligible for another tag unless tags remain unallocated or were not requested at the end. Next slide. All right, so here's the drawing process, which basically outlines what happens if there are more organizations requesting tags available. That does not pertain to this application round, so I'm going to skip this slide. Next slide. All right, so how is a tag allocation going to look under this approach? Next slide. So we're going to use this table to help guide us through this process, right? And columns are arranged from left to right, following the criteria that I just spoke about. And we're going to proceed from the left column to the right until all tags are allocated. And we do not, so general requests are requests from organizations that do not specifically request a particular tag. We do not have any requests this go around. Next slide. All right, so let's start with Mule there. First, tag number 1 is going to go to Conservation First USA under criteria number 2. For the remainder of the species, I'm not going to look at tag number 1 because they're all going to go to Conservation First USA. Next slide. Now we're going to look at species-specific groups. Arizona Deer Association is the only group requesting this tag. Therefore, tag number 2 will go to ADA. Next slide. And as Conservation First USA is the only non-species specific group, tag number 3 will go to Conservation First USA. Next slide. This is going to be the same for whitetail. Tag number 2 is going to go to ADA. Next slide. And tag number 3 will go to Conservation First USA. Next slide. All right, so for elk, we have a request of 1 tag from Arizona Deer Association and 2 tags from Conservation First USA. However, based on criteria number 7, an organization can only receive 2 tags unless there are tags left over without an organization asking for them. Therefore, the second tag will go to Arizona Deer Association. Next slide. And tag number 3 will go to Conservation First USA. Next slide. Bighorn sheep, Conservation First USA is the only organization requesting this tag. Therefore, they will receive tags 1 through 3. Next slide. Next, we have turkey. And the National Wild Turkey Federation is the only species-specific group requesting these tags, and they've requested 2 tags. With the error on the right, we'll point out this is tag 2 and 3 National Wild Turkey Federation will receive. Next slide. Bison, Conservation First USA is the only organization requesting these tags. Therefore, tags 1, 2, and 3 will go to Conservation First USA. Next slide. So for black bear, next slide, please. Javelina, one more slide. Mountain lion, there have been no tag requests. Next slide. All right, so this table you see here is a summary of the special big game tag allocations based on the allocation approach that the commission set that I outlined in this commission, and the commission may choose to take action on it. And that concludes my presentation.
All right. Do I have a recommendation or a proposal? Oh, a question. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Andrew, going back to slide number, I think it's 7 or 8, that shows our revenue from special big game tags. Can we go back to a little bit farther?
There,
that one. Okay. We notice in 2025 that there's a fairly sharp drop there in revenue. Is that because the tags that were available failed to generate revenue, or because they weren't accepted by wildlife conservation organizations?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Kerr, no, during that year, all 30 tags were awarded for sale. I believe in that year, the elk tag from the Arizona Elk Society did not get sold. And so you see a hit from that. Also, the program itself is used to fluctuations from revenues. You can see from that graph, it goes up and down each year depending on the desire for a tag.
So it appears that Conservation First USA took the majority of the tags, but there were other organizations that in the past had special big game tags failed to apply for them. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kerr, can you clarify what you might fail to apply?
Okay.
So there, let me clarify that. So
chose not to.
Chose not to. Okay.
Yeah, there are each year it's not set in stone which organizations will apply for a tag. So you do see a fluctuation each year of who is going to apply.
All right. Thank you very much.
Any other comments? All right.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to accept the special big game tag allocations as presented.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Okay, I have a second from Commissioner Manuel. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? You're good to go.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, now we have a very, very special group. And Andrew, I don't know if you knew what was happening behind you. I didn't think you noticed that. But I can't thank you all for being here. And Arthur Greenway, who is the Arizona Trout Unlimited Educational Director. And I see Miss Kara Jensen back here too. Kara, where'd you go? You're too little. There she is. There she is, good friend. Thank you so much, and it's good to see you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate you bringing all these fine young people here and how important it is to get them involved.
Well, we had a unique opportunity. In fact, I'm sorry. Good morning, commissioners. We had a unique opportunity because Commissioner Guggenauer, as you well know, Commissioner Petrie-Sue, that you guys opening up our camp here in Payson is a very special deal. Yeah. And when Commissioner Guggenauer spoke to us on Tuesday of this week, he extended the invitation for us to attend the meeting because it happened to be in Payson. So this was one of those times where opportunity knocks, and we certainly wanted to take advantage of that. So we appreciate being here today. We are trying to, through Trout Unlimited and our Arizona Fish Camp, raise that next generation of very conservation-minded young people. And so all the young people you see here today are between the ages of 13 and 17 years old. And this is a camp that's been going on since 2019. So we're thrilled to be here. It's the first time we've ever had this opportunity.
Great.
So thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules this morning in order to accommodate us and acknowledge us. Thank you so much.
Well, no, thank you so much. And I want to take a little break now so we can enjoy meeting some of these folks, or all of them. I would love to.
Thank you.
And that's great. And then after, we will get to our time certain
10 o'clock.
after that. And if they would like to stay and see a few revocations, which are fascinating and really, I think, teach us all some lessons, that would be wonderful with us too. So can we give them all a round of applause, please? Thank you for being here. So I want all of us to come on the other side, and I want to shake your hands and thank you all, young people out there, for being here and for what you're doing for conservation. And fishing is my favorite sport in the world. So if you have any tips for me, I'm open. So thank you so much. Let's be back at, what time should we say?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock?
Yep.
Okay, 10 o'clock. Thank you all. Come on up.
Madam Chair, that brings us to our time certain at 10, and that's item 7. Hearings on license revocations for violations of game and fish codes and civil assessments for the illegal taking and or possession of wildlife. The presenter is Gene Elms, Law Enforcement Branch Chief.
Thank you, Director. Welcome, Gene.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, good morning. The department would like the record to show that each of the cases the commission may consider today have been reviewed and has been determined all the cases meet the criteria established in Arizona Revised Statute 17238, 17245, 17314, 17340, 17362, 17363, and or 17502 for commission action. The record should reflect that the commission and the respondents have been provided with copies of original court dockets and case reports prepared by the officers, along with copies of all other pertinent material in each of these cases. All of these exhibits may be considered by the commission or make a final determination in each of these cases. Please note each individual has been legally noticed for today's hearing. I'll read the names of those individuals who were noticed. If they are present, could you please verbally indicate as such for the record? Desiree Aragon, John Riddenbach, Graviel Valterra, Addison Goodley. Addison Goodley is present. The civil assessment process is not intended to be punitive, but is a process allowing the commission to recover financial damage and compensate the state for any lost wildlife. Hunter education requirements are imposed as a remedial measure to increase knowledge and prevent future violations and not as punishment. The department is ready to present these cases with possible revocation under civil assessment action and have the commission take jurisdiction.
Madam Chair, I move that the commission take jurisdiction.
I have a motion. I have a second.
Second.
Second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Please proceed.
Madam Chair, if it's okay with the commission, we'll take these in order of presence, and that is Addison Goodley, docket 2026-0023, from Flagstaff, Arizona. Conviction summary, count A, take deer without a tag. Count B, possess unlawfully taken deer. It's the Mayor Justice Court, pled guilty on both counts. Court accepted the plea, sentenced to pay a fine of $500 or $200 if no additional violations occurred. Excuse me, $250 if no additional violations occurred in the next 12 months. Date of conviction, January 27, 2026. Actions to be considered: revocation license, take wildlife pursuant to ARS 17340. Required completion on our education course pursuant to ARS 17245. Civil damage no less than $3,366.62 for loss of one white-tailed deer pursuant to ARS 17314. On January 3rd, 2026, Officer Aldridge received information on a dead deer hanging on a guardrail from a bridge on the Dugas Road in Game Management 21. Officer Aldridge arrived at the scene and located the dead coos deer hanging from the bridge. The deer was hanging from the antlers, and Addison Goodley's invalid 2025 archery deer tag was attached to it. Officer Aldridge later contacted Goodley, who stated that he had shot the deer on January 2nd, 2026, and attached his 2025 tag because he had not purchased the 2026 deer tag yet. Goodley stated that he had temporarily hung the deer so he could hunt javelina and intended to pick it up on his way back to Flagstaff. no spores corresponding cases. Wildlife's held in evidence, time spent 6 hours. Mr. Goodley is present, as is Officer Aldridge. Have any questions for me?
We do not, but we would like to hear from Mr. Goodley, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for being here, sir.
Appreciate the opportunity. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. I provided, I guess, a summary of my statement to Jean, and as I understood, it's at least been provided to you. I would like to highlight some elements.
Yes, we do have that. Thank you.
While archery hunting my Javelina tag on January 2nd of this year, I observed an injured lone whitetail buck and decided to make a stalk, kind of considering two potential outcomes. I'd either bump it like I'd done numerous times over a decade plus in Arizona, hunting this over-the-counter tag, or further confirm its injury and out of concern for its suffering, attempt to harvest the deer. I observed a broken main beam, a limp, and a shuffle as it moved into this bedding area. Saw it continuously licking its front leg and was really alone, not actively seeking does during this time of the year, during the rut. I stalked within 20 yards of the buck, could see it was still constantly licking its front leg. I ultimately did bump it out of its bed, went to the other side of this juniper where I was able to, and then eventually it moved out to where I could take my first shot. I feel like this was a truly injured buck because this was the first time I've ever had an opportunity to even take a follow-up shot on an archery deer. This buck never went 40 yards from where it was first shot, but I was actually able to take 2 additional follow-up shots in those 40 yards. During this hunt, beginning January 1st from my Javelina tag, my wife was simultaneously working with our veterinarian to treat her horse of 25 years and consider quality of life decisions. That morning, January 6th, the vet treated for severe colic and pain and advised euthanasia if conditions did not improve. At that time, my heart was already heavy with the news of our horse, and I saw this injured buck in a similar light. The vet wound up putting our horse down on January 3rd. My decision to make that stalk was based on compassion for an injured animal, acknowledging my 2025 over-the-counter deer tag had not been filled and had indeed expired 2 days prior to January 2nd. I did in my possession have my valid lifetime hunting license, was bow hunting because I had my archery Javelina tag in an area or unit open for that archery deer season. And I did know the unit was open, but also that the whitetail quota was unmet. I'm routinely in the field observing animals without pursuing them, and this hunt was no exception. In that hunt alone on December 30th, I saw a herd of Javelina, did not make a stalk. My archery tag had not yet opened. Earlier in the hunt, I saw a whitetail buck, did not appear injured, did not make a stalk, as I knew my over-the-counter tag on 2025 had expired, and I did not yet have in my possession that 2026 tag. So this was not an individual opportunity. I think what kind of was the trigger for me was I saw and perceived this injured deer, and with the my heart heavy from my wife's horse's condition, also felt I could intervene here. I knew that as a resident, 2026 over-the-counter deer tags were available. It was really a matter of being present in an Arizona Game and Fish Department office, purchasing one for $45. I had not done that, and I admit that. That's why I'm guilty of both these counts. I did fully intend to purchase a 2026 tag upon return home, but the Flagstaff office would not have opened until Monday morning. I did take all steps to care for the meat, incurring that second violation regarding transporting the carcass so that it would not be left in the field, could be hung, dried, and cool. I did attach my 2025 tag as the record stated, so as to claim responsibility and not otherwise leave this deer unmarked, untraceable. And I did decide to hang it under the shade of the bridge in an attempt to cool and keep it as I guess proper as possible. I have accepted responsibility for the violations. Do acknowledge that my compassion does not excuse harvesting an animal without a valid tag. I acknowledge my responsibility and privilege to do what was best for the well-being of our family horse. Looks different than even with a Javelina tag in my pocket, or even more so without a tag for this injured buck. I'm requesting leniency regarding revocation, as I've never otherwise received points, warnings, citations in a lifetime of regularly fishing, crabbing, or hunting in Arizona or any other state. Never previously found myself on this side of the law. Until this event, I've never even received a traffic moving violation or warning for that matter, and now have a misdemeanor on my record. Additionally, I've paid the criminal fine, which amounts to over 5 times the cost of the over-the-counter tag. I anticipate, because this whitetail died in my hands, responsibility for a minimum civil penalty of over 75 times the cost of this over-the-counter tag. I have already learned my lesson and internalized the severity of not having my tag in hand first. My misjudgment in doing what I felt needed to be done based on the availability of over-the-counter tags, but also my perception of this deer's status is a misjudgment on my own. I've hunted the over-the-counter deer tag for 11 straight years, and in that time, approximately 30 other big game tags. I take pride in knowing the rules, and I also try to do the right thing. To me, this is a gray area, and while I do admit fault, it is an area that, yeah, I do see that I was trying to do the right thing. With the take of this 2026 deer, my bag limit for this year is met. The buck was seized, and I've to this point only applied for a bonus point, not trying to take a second deer this year. I understand that a 5-year license revocation will result in loss of all my bonus points, but maybe more meaningfully, the revocation of my license. I spent hundreds of hours annually in the field and on the water, not only in Arizona, but also time spent in Colorado and also with my extended family in South Carolina. My time afield also informs the department in the form of completed hunter questionnaires and also most recently a tooth aging sample that I submitted. I often share my passion for the outdoors with family, friends. I've counted over the past couple of years 8 coworkers and their 4 kids, and take pride in teaching not only the skills associated with hunting and fishing, but teaching those conservation ethics and stewardship. Loss of my license will hamper this side of my life, and I've already learned and shared my lesson with those that I am in contact with. I hope that my full cooperation and honesty with law enforcement, as well as my choice to be present and share my story and answer any questions, is recognized. Thank you for your time and your consideration. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your honesty and for being here. I think Commissioner Kerr?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Goodley, did you make any attempt to contact the department after you harvested the deer and hung it?
I did not.
So your intention was to go buy a tag and then put the tag on it?
I do acknowledge that I had 48 hours to report an over-the-counter deer harvest. And that time would have extended through Sunday, the January 4th. But I did not, as I told Officer Aldridge, I was focused on that Javelina hunt, and I had not called the department.
Did you intend to buy a 26 over-the-counter deer tag and then put it on the deer and then bring it home? Was that your intention?
I had intended to purchase the tag to demonstrate, yes, I do count this as my 2026 deer.
Okay.
I think I did also intend to say, yes, this was, the dates wouldn't line up, right? I would have purchased the tag that Monday at Arizona Game and Fish and Flagstaff, 2 days after take of that deer.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Guggenauer?
Yeah, Madam Chair. I appreciate you coming here today. I got to say, as we read through this, it was difficult to understand the logic of how we got to where it is, especially seeing the pictures of the deer hanging, why somebody would put a 25 tag there. So I appreciate you coming before us and explaining that through here. So following up on Commissioner Kerr's comment here, had you waited till Monday, it would have just exacerbated this problem. If you had called to report at that time, now you've got a license, you're outside the window to report. I mean, it was probably kind of good that it ended this way, because I could see additional violations occurring the longer this had gone on.
May I respond?
Sure.
Yeah, I acknowledge, I think my next impending violation would be not reporting it within the 48-hour window. And I had intention to do that. I think that Sunday, which would have been the day that I would have been able to return to Sutherland Range and Flagstaff, been able to have made that reporting call. At that point, yes, I would not have had my 2026 license, and we'd really be in the same boat at this point.
And that would have been the additional violation.
Excuse me?
That would have been an additional violation if you called on Sunday and reported it and then went and bought a license on Monday.
Correct. I think I would have reported it without a
Yes, sir.
valid 2026 license number to begin with.
Yes. Once again, I appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Commissioner Manuel?
Madam Chair, I just have a question in general. We can still go to Sportsman's Warehouse and buy tags, right? Over-the-counter tags? Is that-
Sportsman's Warehouse
like-
still sells tags
do
over
they-
the counter?
We do that, right?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Manuel, we still sell over-the-counter tags at
Yeah.
licensed vendors across
So-
the state.
Just a comment, because you didn't have to wait till Monday. You could have actually gotten a tag and gone back to the field instead of deciding to shoot an animal without a legal tag in your pocket is what I'm having trouble with here. And 48 hours to report still doesn't negate the fact that it wasn't a legal tag in your pocket. And I'm having trouble understanding the logic behind that.
I will be upfront, and I admitted guilt in January that I took a deer without a tag. I did not have the 2026 tag. My 2025 privilege, right to take a deer legally, had expired December 31st. So I did not have an over-the-counter tag. To this point, I used to purchase my over-the-counter tags at other vendors. I think the rules had changed in the past 11 years as I've been a resident, where now I've predominantly purchased over-the-counter tags in person at those Arizona Game and Fish Department. I think the last tag I purchased outside of the department was from a Bash's grocery store. I don't believe they sell tags over the counter anymore. But I was not aware of the Sportsman's Warehouse being a valid location.
If there's no more questions, I'll ask for a motion, please. Commissioner Kerr.
Madam Chair, do you want to hear from the officer?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Please, Officer Aldrich. Thank you.
Thank you for the time.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Jean.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, good morning.
Thank you. Please, give us a brief description.
So as the case summary stated, I received a call that some hikers had found a deer hanging under the bridge. And when I located it and observed a 2025 tag belonging to Mr. Goodley on the deer, I then obtained his phone number through our dispatch and gave him a phone call. And he agreed to meet with me. And at that point, well, prior to meeting, he acknowledged that it was an expired tag. And I explained to him the issues that we had. He agreed to meet, and he admitted to taking it without a valid tag, and was very forthcoming with all information that I asked. Agreed to take me back to where it happened. He sent me locations on where he shot it and walked me through the entire story from start to finish. I just wanted to add that he was cooperative and honest throughout the entire contact. So.
Great. Any questions for the officer? Commissioner
Madam Chair,
Guggenauer, yes.
I'm just trying to think of scenario. This was kind of easy because there was a tag there with a name. We could identify through our system who that was. Had that tag not been there, I assumed that somebody would have had to just stand there, wait till somebody came to retrieve it.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, yes, it would have been very difficult to identify whose deer it was if there wasn't a tag on it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the commission? All right, I need a motion, Commissioner Kerr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the license and/or license privileges of Addison Goodley to hunt, fish, and trap in the state of Arizona be revoked, and he be denied another for a period of 1 year, that the current license be suspended as of the date of this hearing, and that it be revoked as of the date the order in this case is signed by the director, that he be required to complete a hunter education course and provide proof to the department before applying for any other license to hunt in this state, that the department be directed to collect civil damages or to bring civil actions against Addison Goodley to collect the amount of $3,366.62 for the loss of one white-tailed deer. I further move that the director, as secretary to the commission, be directed to sign and issue a finding of fact, conclusion of law, and an order in this matter pursuant to the motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 1 year revocation. Thank you so much for being here, sir. Thank you, Jean.
Madam Chair, the next three individuals are related to the same case. None of them are present. If you would like, I would read the case summaries for each, and then perhaps you can have one conversation with the officer. Is that okay?
Yes, that sounds fine. Thank you, Jean.
Okay, the next case is docket 2026-0018, name of Desiree Aragon in Mesa, Arizona. Conviction summary charge, count A, possess unlawfully taken deer. Court's the Copper Corridor Justice Court. Plea on count A is guilty. Court findings accepted the plea, sentenced to pay a fine of $430 on January 28, 2026. Actions to be considered: revocation of license, take wildlife pursuant to ARS 17340, required completion hunter education course pursuant to ARS 17245, civil damage no less than $3,973.13 for the loss of one mule deer pursuant to ARS 17314. Case summary: on December 14, 2024, Officer Hunter Wood received information that a hunter in Game Management Unit 24A had taken a mule deer buck with a rifle from a UTV during an archery deer hunt. The reporting party also identified a vehicle that had an empty trailer near the scene. Officer Wood responded to the location, was able to identify the shooter as Graviel Valtierra. Valtierra was hunting with John Rittenbach and Desiree Aragon near Dripping Springs when the buck was taken. Through Officer Wood's investigation, numerous interviews and search warrants, it was determined that Aragon and Valtierra field dressed, packed out, and transported the unlawfully taken mule deer back to Globe. Corresponding cases: John Rittenbach, 2026-0019, Graviel Valtierra, 2026-0021. Meet is held in evidence. Time spent 202 hours. Next case is John Rittenbach, docket 2026-0019 from Globe, Arizona. Charge count A, possess unlawfully taken deer. Court, Copper Corridor Justice Court. Plea is guilty. Court accepted the plea, sentenced to pay a fine of $430 on January 28, 2026. Actions to be considered are the same as the previous. Case summary: on December 14, 2024, Officer Hunter Wood received information that a hunter in Game Management 24A had taken a mule deer buck with a rifle from his UTV during an archery deer hunt. The reporting party identified the vehicle and an empty trailer near the scene. Officer Wood responded to the location and was able to identify the shooter as Graviel Valtierra. Valtierra was hunting with John Rittenbach and Desiree Aragon near Dripping Springs Road when the buck was taken. Through Officer Wood's investigation, numerous interviews, and search warrants, it was determined that Rittenbach helped Valtierra field dress, pack out, and transport the unlawfully taken mule deer back to Globe. Corresponding cases: Desiree Aragon, 2026-0018, Graviel Valtierra, 2026-0021. The evidence and time spent are the same as the previous. The last is Graviel Valtierra, docket 2026-0021 from Globe, Arizona. Citation B33830. Count A, take deer with unlawful method. Count B, possess, transport unlawfully taken deer. Count C, discharge firearm from a vehicle. Count D, waste edible game meat. Count E, literal hunting. Citation B13895. Count A, guide without a license. On the first citation, B33, is Copper Corridor Justice Court. On the first citation was guilty on counts A and B, and guilty on count A on the second citation. Court accepted the plea, sentenced to pay a fine of $740 on March 17, 2026. Actions to be considered are the same as the previous. Case summary: on December 14, 2024, Officer Hunter Wood received information that the Hunter and Game Management 24A had taken a mule deer buck with a rifle from his UTV during an archery-only hunt. The reporting party identified the vehicle and an empty trailer near the scene. Officer Wood responded to the location, was able to identify the shooter as Graviel Beltier. Beltier was hunting with John Rittenbach and Desiree Aragon near Dripping Springs when the buck was taken. Through Officer Wood's investigation, numerous interviews and search warrant, it was determined that Beltier had shot, field dressed, and transported the unlawfully taken mule deer back to Globe. While investigating the unlawful take of the mule deer, Officer Wood also discovered that Graviel Valtier had been acting as a guide without a valid license from February 2024 through November 2024. Valtier had guided six different individuals across the state without a guide's license. Officer Wood contacted the individuals identified as clients, whom confirmed that they had made payments to Valtier for guiding services. Corresponding cases: Desiree Aragon, 2026-0018, John Rittenbach, 2026-0019. The disposition and the time spent are the same as the previous. Neither Aragon, Rittenbach, or Valtier is present, but the case officer is. Do you have any questions?
We'd like to hear from the officer, please. Thank you so much for being here. A brief overview description would be great. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So on December 14th of 2024, I received information from our Arizona Game and Fish Dispatch that an OGT was active and ongoing in Unit 24A, and that a mule deer buck had been shot with a rifle while an individual leaned across the hood of a vehicle or across the hood of a UTV during the archery-only deer hunt. The reporting party had observed 3 individuals around that deer shortly after the shot. The RPs also identified a vehicle with an empty trailer near the scene and had taken pictures of the vehicle and sent me those pictures of the vehicle. On the 15th, I re-met with the RPs. They were able to take me to where the deer carcass or where the incident had occurred. Upon arriving to the scene, I identified 1 mule deer carcass in the area that had some obvious blunt force trauma to the spine area just above the tenderloins, right before the rear hips. Using this information provided by the RPs, I kind of narrowed it down to 3 suspects, all coming out of the Globe area. I was able to hike out the deer carcass and take it down to a local or a organization down in the valley where we were able to get x-rays of the animal done. The x-rays showed severe trauma and heavy metals consistent with ballistic material through that wound channel that I identified out in the field. On December 19th, myself and 5 other officers, we conducted a group interview on 3 individuals in the Globe area. Mr. Valtiera, I personally interviewed with another officer. He was willing to talk with us about the hunt. He was forthcoming on trying to provide us a story. However, the stories he was telling us just weren't lining up with the information that we'd already received from the RPs and the evidence we found out in the field. That night, we were able to seize the antlers from him, the meat from a meat processor, and the hide, which was staying at a family member's house. During that time, 2 other officers interviewed a
second subject, that subject ended up not being a part of the investigation or was not one of the individuals that we thought was out in the field. And then we had 2 more officers interviewing the third individual, which was John Rittenbach. During that conversation, he was kind of hesitant to speak with our officers in the field. Eventually, after a couple times of asking the same question and trying to get a different story, he eventually gave in that Valtierra had been the one who had shot the deer while laying across the hood of the vehicle, and that his wife, Desiree Aragon, was also the third individual that happened to be out in the field. On the 20th, I conducted an interview with Miss Aragon at her place of work. That was just the closest place and the easiest time we could get to her. She was very vague in the story of what happened that afternoon. I wasn't willing to tell the truth or tell a story, really. We gave her opportunities to tell us in person. We gave her opportunities to write it down. But we never got the true story, even after explaining to her that Mr. Rittenbach had already explained to us what had happened. And then while the investigation for the mule deer, we discovered that Mr. Valtierra had also been acting and posing as a guide for Arizona without an Arizona guide's license. With search warrants, we discovered that from the time frame between February of 2024 through November of 2024, Valtierra had been posing as a guide and had without a guide's license. On November 9th of 2024, Mr. Valtierra had received payment of $375 for a mule deer hunt in the Superstitions area of 24B, which is the one count that he had pled guilty to out of the Copper Corridor courts for guiding without a guide's license.
Questions for the officer?
Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
Officer Wood, as I read through this, phenomenal work, phenomenal investigative work. But I'm going to be honest with you, sir. I don't know how you do this. I mean, when you present evidence after evidence after evidence and inform the person you're talking to that somebody else has already told us this, and they continue to deny that, I don't know how you guys have the patience and the training to just be as professional as you are. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you, sir.
In the reading, it said that Mr. Valtierra, he leaned into you and told you that he was a prohibited possessor. I was wondering if that came out during the court cycle, or was that handled independently?
So that was one of the reasonings. He said that he couldn't have shot the deer with the rifles because he's not allowed to be in a possession of a firearm at the time. Going through some paperwork from other agencies, there wasn't a clear definitive thing. He may have believed he was a prohibited possessor at the time. We're not exactly sure if the paperwork had fully been filed. So we didn't go that route with it because we didn't have proof that he was a prohibited possessor at the time.
Got you. Once again, extremely professional, very well done. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Manuel? No, nothing. I want to make it very clear to the public and anyone listening how important the OGT and RP is, the Operation Game Thief, and there's an 800 number attached to that. And then the RP is the reporting party. And thanks to the public for doing that. And wow, I mean, taking pictures and providing you with that information helps us make better decisions and helps you proceed with everything that you do. So I want to make that very clear to the public, the importance of that and how it helps you. Did you want to address that at all?
Yes, I would actually. The individuals who were part of the reporting party for this area have been hunting in the Dripping Springs area for several years. One of the individuals actually had a valid archery deer tag. They were watching that buck. They decided it was getting too close to the evening for them to try to pursue it. So they were going to put it to bed, come back the next day, try to pursue the animal at that point in time. Unfortunately, at the time that I got the call, I ended up being out of town. I took it. They were able to work with me. They stayed out in the field an extra 2 hours after dark to make sure they watched the vehicle with the UTV. get on the trailer, get on the highway, gave me a direction that they were going. Like I said, took pictures of the vehicle, which provided license plates. And from there, that's how we narrowed down our top 3 suspects. Without these RPs and being able to watch it, willing to stay there and make sure that the people that had committed the crimes they had as much information they could, that they were what I would consider the perfect RPs for any scenario. This is what every officer wishes we get when RPs call into our OGT number. So
And that's why I'm thrilled that you're explaining this, because I really want the public to understand the importance of that. So if you see anything, even if you're just questioning it, whether it is right or wrong, you need to call in and let us know, and then you all can decide that. Because as you know, all of our animals out there, everything belongs to the public. And that's what you do on a day-to-day basis. And all the rest of our fabulous people out there is that you make sure that that is being lived by everyone, the hunters, the fisher people, and everybody else out there. So thank you so much. Did you have a comment? Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
To piggyback on what you're saying also, I believe there is a small reward for using Operation Game Thief. But, even more important, is the fact that these people ruined somebody else's hunt.
Right.
I would be really upset if I'd have spent all day watching a deer, trying to do it right, and then had somebody come in and poach it.
Yeah.
So to that person, thank you very much. I hope you, and I'm sure you did, thank them profusely for their
Yes.
efforts.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we are submitting for them to get a reward for
Excellent.
their work and their help in this investigation.
That's super. That's super. Boy, thank you so much. All right. If there's no other questions, I need a motion, please.
Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
If it pleases you, I can read 3 revocations.
Okay, that'd be great. Oh, well, the one with the guide on it, because the last one has just the guide on the top.
No, I get it.
Okay, so
yes,
do 2
got it.
maybe, and then we'll do the third one with the guide.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah, guide license, yeah.
Yes. So I move that the license or license privileges of Desiree Aragon to hunt, fish, and trap in the state of Arizona be revoked and she be denied another for a period of 5 years. That the current license be suspended as of the date of this hearing, and that it be revoked as of the date the order in this case is signed by the director. That she be required to complete a hunter education course and provide proof to the department before applying for any other license to hunt in this state. That the department be directed to collect civil damages or bring civil action against Desiree Aragon to collect the shared amount of $3,973.13 for the loss of 1 mule deer. And I further move that the director as secretary to the commission be directed to sign and issue a finding of fact, conclusion of law, and an order in this matter pursuant to the motion.
Did you want to read that second one? We can do them or vote on them. We have to vote on them separately, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we should take a vote.
Okay,
on it.
I have a motion. Do I have a second, please?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, 5-year revocation. And
Yep.
please read the second,
Madam
please.
Chair, I move that the license or license privileges of John Rittenbach to hunt, fish, and trap in the state of Arizona be revoked and he be denied another for a period of 5 years. That the current license be suspended as of the date of this hearing, and that it be revoked as the date the order in this case is signed by the director. That he be required to complete a hunter education course and provide proof to the department before applying for any other license to hunt in the state. And that the department be directed to collect civil damages or bring civil action against John Rittenbach to collect the shared amount of $3,973.13 for the loss of 1 mule deer. And I further move that the director as secretary to the commission be directed to sign and issue a finding of fact, conclusion of law, and an order in this matter pursuant to the motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second, please?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that's a 5-year revocation. And the
Madam Chair,
last, thank
I
you.
move that the license or license privileges of Gavio Valaterra to hunt, fish, trap, and guide in the state of Arizona be revoked and he be denied another for a period of 5 years. That the current license be suspended as of the date of this hearing, and that it be revoked as of the date the order in this case is signed by the director. that he be required to complete a hunter education course and provide proof to the department before applying for any other license to hunt in this state. That the department be directed to collect civil damages or bring civil action against Gabriel Valateria to collect the shared amount of $3,973.13 for the loss of one mule deer. And I further move that the director or secretary to the commission be directed to sign and issue a finding of fact, conclusion of law, and an order in this matter pursuant to the motion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second, please?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that is a 5-year revocation as well. Did we want to move into? Go
Madam
ahead,
Chair,
Director.
yeah, I suggest that maybe we move into the rehearing requests and continue to enjoy Chief Elm's presence here. So item 8 is rehearing request regarding previous license revocation and civil assessment. The presenter is Dean Elms, Law Enforcement Branch Chief.
Director, Jean smiled.
It's my superpower.
Madam Chair, that is a weakness of mine. Mr. Director, thank you. This is a case of rehearing request for David Koury. On August 7, 2024, David Koury was convicted in the North Canyon Consolidated Court for Count A, use aircraft to locate wildlife within 48 hours of open big game hunt, and was fined $500. Koury appealed the Justice Court decision, and on May 30, 2025, the Mojave County Superior Court upheld the North Canyon Court's decision. On January 16, 2026, the commission revoked Mr. Koury's hunting, fishing, and trapping license to take wildlife in the state of Arizona for 5 years for the use of aircraft to locate wildlife within 48 hours of big game hunt, and further required him to complete a hunter education course before obtaining any other license to take wildlife. Mr. Koury has requested a rehearing in this matter due to excessive penalty. Koury has been notified of the hearing to consider his request by certified mail. Mr. Koury is represented by Ben Green Law, and Mr. Green has provided a memorandum for the commission to consider in this case. Mr. Green acknowledged he is not going to be present for this hearing, and Mr. Koury is not present as well. The commission has been provided with the copies of those memorandums that were prepared by the Ben Green Law Office. Do you have any questions for me?
Do we have any questions for the chief? Any questions? I need a motion then.
Chair, I have a motion. I move that the commission affirm its original decision in matter of David S. Koury and the petition for the rehearing be denied.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And that passes, and we are not going to overturn that. Thank you so much. Chief?
Madam Chair, item 9 is rehearing request regarding previous license revocation civil assessment. The presenter is Dean Elms again, Law Enforcement Branch Chief.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, this case is regarding Nicholas Debaca. On September 19, 2024, Nicholas Debaca was convicted in Nogales Justice Court for Count A, possess unlawfully taken deer, and was fined $374.13. On January 16, 2026, the commission revoked Mr. Debaca's hunting, fishing, and trapping license to take wildlife in the state of Arizona for 5 years, civilly assessed him $3,245.84. 87 cents, for the loss of one white-tailed deer, further required him to complete a hunter education course before obtaining any other license to take wildlife. Mr. Debaca has requested a rehearing in this matter due to excessive penalty. Mr. Debaca has been notified of the hearing by certified mail. Mr. Debaca was also represented by Ben Green Law, who has provided a memorandum on behalf of Mr. Debaca in this case. That memorandum has been provided to the commission. Neither Attorney Ben Green or Mr. Debaca are present.
I need a motion, please.
I can make a motion.
Yep, please.
Madam Chair, I move that the commission affirm its original decision in the matter of Nicholas T. Debaca and that the petition for a rehearing be denied.
I need a second, please.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And we can move on to the last one.
Madam Chair, item 10 is rehearing request regarding previous license revocation and civil assessment. Presenter Gene Elms, Law Enforcement Branch Chief.
Madam Chair, this request is on behalf of Scott Bellamy. Mr. Bellamy is present. On September 22nd, 2025, Scott Bellamy was convicted in the Prescott Justice Court for Count A, take deer within a quarter mile of an occupied structure, and was fined $300. On March 13, 2026, the commission revoked Mr. Bellamy's hunting, fishing, and trapping license to take wildlife in the state of Arizona for 2 years, civilly assessed him $3,973.13 for the loss of one mule deer, and further required him to complete a hunter education course for obtaining a license to take wildlife. Mr. Bellamy has requested a rehearing in this matter and decision due to not receiving his notice prior to the hearing and excessive penalty. Mr. Bellamy was notified of the meeting by certified mail. As far as the category of new information since the hearing has occurred, as the information suggested, Mr. Bellamy did not receive his notice of hearing. However, he did receive his finding of facts. And I was not in the office when we received that information. So the decision was made to offer him a rehearing at the next commission meeting, which was the last meeting. When I returned from leave, I realized that we couldn't notice him for that meeting because we were within 30 days. So we issued a new memo that basically invited him to this meeting. However, as we have discussed prior to the meeting, Mr. Bellamy was actually mailed originally the notice for last meeting. So Mr. Bellamy did show up at the last meeting, in which I had to inform him we had to renotice him because we couldn't fit him in because it wasn't done properly. So we did inconvenience him by having him show up at the last meeting. Part of the other issue I wanted to bring to the commission's attention, Mr. Bellamy did not receive his notice of hearing. He was legally noticed. We sent a notice to his most current known address, which was the address on his citation. We come to find out that address was false. He provided a false address to the officer on the citation, and therefore the notice was not received. As we've also discussed, it is the department's standard process to send a notice of hearing to all addresses that we can find in a system on a person. Sometimes we send 3 or 4 notices if we have 3 or 4 addresses. So in this case, Mr. Bellamy's finding of facts was mailed to the address on his citation, which was fictitious, and also the address on his sportsman screen, which was correct. So that's why he didn't receive his original notice. Is we sent an address to the address on his notice to the address on his citation, and not to his address on his sportsman screen. I'm sure Mr. Bellamy will address some of those things as well, but I wanted that to be part of the record as we've discussed previously also.
And Mr. Bellamy is here?
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
before we do that, maybe a question for legal advice. Mr. Odenkirk, the 180-day notice, could you explain that or refresh the memory of the commission if that's something that must be followed by law, or is there some flexibility in that?
So members of the commission, yes, there is some flexibility. The statute directs the department to provide notice within 180 days of a conviction for hearing on a license revocation. What the courts have said is that that's a directory statute. It's not a mandatory statute. And so there's no penalty if the agency doesn't comply with it. The only remedy that is available is if somebody can establish that they've suffered some kind of prejudice as a result of the delay. The prejudice needs to be directed, relate to the delay, and not simply because they've suffered some kind of penalty as a result. So no, it's not a mandatory statute. It's what's known as a directory statute.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that clarification. Yes,
Madam
please.
Chair.
Yes.
Okay. Officer Elms, was the address a false address, or was it an expired address that he no longer occupied? So
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kerr, we looked it up. I did not verify with Mr. Bellamy, but it appeared he was associated with that address in the past, so I don't know if he had renters or perhaps sold that address. I asked him why he provided false information to the officer, and he stated something to the effect that he didn't trust the police. I did talk to the officer, which she later said that Mr. Bellamy had provided a correct address, but that was in her case notes and that was not in the case report. So that was new information as well. But the address, so I assume it was after the citation was filed that he presented her with the correct information. But I'm sure he can speak more about that address and why he chose to use it.
Thank you.
I believe we would like to hear then from Mr. Bellamy, please.
Good morning, all. I want to kind of clarify a few things. If I start shaking, don't worry, it's a medical condition. The address on my driver's license is the address on the citation, okay? The reason why that is on the site on my driver's license is my permanent residence is on the DMV, just like it's on my hunting licenses. My past employment, I do, and what I was involved in, I do not have my home address listed on my driver's license. If I ever lose my wallet, I don't want somebody showing up in my house. When I got the citation, I told the officer at that time, she gave me her notepad. I told her the reason. I wrote down my correct address and gave that to her at the time of the address before this was even signed off or issued. So she had my home address. A couple things. I'm known to ramble on sometimes, but I'm not going to. I just want to go over a couple things on here. I wasn't notified of the first hearing until I believe it was 2 or 3 weeks after that I got the letter in the mail, and that's when I started my communication with Anita Watson. I think she's an officer for you, is that correct? Office manager. And that's where we got the ball rolling to get this rehearing done. When I got the citation, the officer, Martin, I believe her name is, cited me for taking a deer with an arrow within a quarter mile of a property line. And I asked her to write property line on the citation, and she didn't. The location, we took her back to the location where I shot the deer. It's in a bowl, so you've got several roads that come up to it. There's a turnaround with walking trails, and it's in a bowl, meaning there's mountains around it. And the area we were hunting was downhill on a power line road. I've got the Onyx on my Onyx. I use Onyx all the time. We did our research. We saw the deer. I Onyxed it. I was 206 yards from where I shot to the property line. And since it was private property, we looked all the way around us to try to find some type of structure. There's no structures visible in this area because everything is on the other side of the hill on the bowl. I've got some photos here. This is the area. There's only one sign. Oops, sorry. There's only one sign in that area, and that's no camping sign. Just the straight, small, I don't know what you call them. But it's for no camping. There's no private property. There's no hunting. There's no residential area. There's no street names. There's completely nothing. So before I shot that deer, I knew I was 206 yards, 206.7 yards, I think, from the property line with nothing else visible around us. We sat and watched them for probably 10 or 15 minutes. So when we got stopped, I took her right back to the deer, showed her, took her back to the spot where we shot the deer, and then was issued the citation. So this kind of gets weird from here. And like I said, I'm going to try not to ramble on. But on April 6th, I believe, I got the certified mail to my correct address. And when I talked to Anita Watson for the rehearing, I explained to her what was going on, and she had said, well, your permanent residence is on all of your hunting licenses. I said, I'm aware, but it's just not on my driver's license. So April 6th, I got the certified letter for the hearing that was in Sierra Vista. Okay. Then I got May 5th, I got another letter for the hearing for May 8th in Prescott. And that's where Mr. Elm and I talked, and he basically, I don't know, justified the mistakes that I was seeing from here to there. So that's the May 8th. I got it 3 days before that. Then on May 12th, I got another letter for the May 8th hearing, the same one. On May 22nd, I got another letter for the May 8th hearing. That's 3. And then on June 15th, I got the letter for this hearing. So that's why I'm here today. I was told by Mr. Ohm and Anita Watson that the revocation and the suspension or revocation of hunting license would not go into effect until this hearing. But I'm already getting 30-day notices for the fine. I got one just last week. Just this previous week, it's a 30-day notice for the fine. I don't know if you want to see it or not. I don't know.
Good.
So it seems to me that I've been hunting for 51 years. 40 of those have been in Arizona. And I might get emotional here, but last year was my last year for archery hunting due to some medical issues. And to go 51 years, I guess that's a good run. I've never violated anything. I've never had anything like this happen. I did go to court in Prescott. I spoke with a judge. The ticket is, I mean, if it was within a quarter mile of the property line or a residence that we couldn't see from where we were at, and there was 3 of us, and none of us could see nothing. There was no homes, nothing around. So I paid the fine. It's there in black and white. I paid the fine. Possession of wildlife was a written warning. So when she wrote that out, she wrote with written warning, and she told me there's no penalties or assessments for that because I'm going to give you a warning. I'm going to give you a break on that. But then I get the $4,000 fine. Following this, that night, it was pouring rain. It was terrible weather. But that night, I drove back up there to those residents, and every gate was locked. There was nobody in any of the residents. I don't know if the officer did or not or what. My hunting in Arizona is pretty much done. The champs tag, we have to redo all that again. And I just don't think I can afford another assessment from a doctor because that's not covered under insurance. That's $250 to have that redone. I go back home once a year and do my hunting now, and that's pretty much it. I mean, I just wanted to make somebody aware of my mistake, and I owned it, but also the mistakes that got me here up to this point. I'm asking for leniency on it. This is the 3rd time that I've had to take off work. Travel expenses. I mean, I've pretty much already wiped out that $3,900 in these mistakes right here. So I'm just asking for some leniency. I'm asking to at least be able to fish now and just hunt when I go back home once a year, because that's all I got. So
Do we have any questions?
Yeah.
Commissioner
Madam Chair.
Guggenauer, please.
Mr. Bellamy, thank you for coming here today. And I think on behalf of the commission and the department, we apologize for clerical mistakes like that. Sometimes they happen, some there. But please know that our focus as commissioners is to what is the law? What is the violation? And so as you stated, you paid the fine, but to pay the fine in the court, that means you pled guilty. So you told the judge, I'm guilty of this violation, and I acknowledge that. When you came before the commission, we looked at the maps, we had all the Onyx pictures, and we were able to see, like you're saying, in some areas you might not have known that a house was there, sir. Any other day before the commission, this would have been a 5-year revocation. You got 2. You got 2 because we understand there were unique circumstances and the fact that you're a stand-up guy that came here and talked about it. So there is a violation. You pled guilty to that. And so that's the focus of it. The ancillary things, we apologize for that. And I'm sure that the department will clean those up going forward. But I want you to understand that for you to get a 2-year revocation versus 5, that's a pretty significant move for this commission. So once again, we thank you for coming here today.
Commissioner Kerr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Bellamy, according to General Counsel, you're able to address any prejudices that this would have created regarding your assessment and the decision of the commission. Can you address any prejudices, please?
Meaning just like the.
How did the lack of notification affect our decision or?
Well, the lack of notification, I think this could have been cleared up at the very first hearing. I think we would have avoided all of this with my hunting license, fishing license, my champs, my crossbow, all that stuff has my permanent home address on it. I gave that to the officer there before she wrote this ticket. And I even informed her when I saw this, you put my license address on my license. And she said she was aware. And so I got to take her word for it. So the first hearing I didn't know about. And then the hearing, so the court date, that was a day and a half off work. That was overnight stay. That was travel. That was travel expenses. The second hearing in Prescott, where me and Mr. Young talked, that was another day and a half off work that I got sent to a hearing that I wasn't supposed to be to or to go to because I knew I had this hearing, but I still got served with papers to go to that hearing. And then today is another 2 days off for this hearing. So I'm kind of, I don't know. I feel like I've already overspent the $3,900 to be here today because of clerical errors on the game fish side, if that makes sense. I'm not slamming game fish. That's not my point. But due to the errors from the start, I've exhausted that just to be here. So I feel like no matter what I do or say, I keep getting punished for the same thing over and over and over. Because it's easy to say, sorry, we sent you the wrong letter, but you take into effect what that does to somebody. I'm not even gonna say like me, but somebody like me standing up here trying to fix this, if that makes any sense. So, I mean, I would, if you want to know what I would truly like, I would like the fine to be washed because of all the discrepancies here. And if you want to take my license in Arizona for 2 years, I'm fine with that. I'm 100% fine with that. But I would appreciate if it wouldn't go US wide because there's only one place I can hunt now, and that's back home. And that's with the crossbow because I can't archery hunt anymore. Out of 51 years, I only harvested one animal with a rifle. Everything else has been archery my whole life. Shot my first deer when I was 8 years old with a 45-pound longbow that my grandpa taught me how to make. So that's my background. So I'm just, if you want my license for 2 years here in Arizona, I got no problem. Because I can't hunt. I can't do that anymore in the desert. But US wide, and then the fines. I mean, accruing all this money to get to the right hearing has been a huge burden. So I don't know if that made a bit of sense or not.
Any other comments or questions? I need a recommendation, please. You want to go?
Let you go. Okay. Madam Chair, I would make a motion that the commission affirm its original decision in the matter of Scott T. Bellingham and that the petition for a rehearing be denied.
I have a motion. I need a second, please.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It stands as it is. Thank you, sir, for being here.
Thanks, Chief. Appreciate you.
Madam Chair, that, unless there's any questions for me, that concludes the agenda item.
Director?
Madam Chair, we're going to jump back to item 5, which is Ben Avery Shooting Facility Master Plan Range Protection Zone Update. Presenters Mike Rom, R3 Branch Chief.
And thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chief Elms. Hello, sir. How are you? Is that on? No.
Here we go.
There.
Green light.
Now we're cooking.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Do want to make Director made Mr. Elms smile this morning. I'll try and get another one out of him. We're used to seeing.
We almost had one.
We're used, and we do a lot of presentations back to back and like to harass each other a little bit, but we're used to seeing Gene in his formal outfit, but he recently was wearing a regular necktie and regular clothing as he was putting on a commission class and was the chairman. So Gene dresses up nicely the second way. We got a grin.
I know, that's great.
Okay.
I don't know
Mike,
if that was a grin. I'm not sure.
So, okay, Mike Rom, our 3 branch chief. We're here today to do kind of our quarterly update on the Ben Avery master plan and the protection zone. Next slide, please. So the first few slides are going to kind of walk through the history, what kind of led us here. So the Ben Avery master plan was created in 2007. It was through a public process when that was put together. There was a revision done in 2010. And then in 2023, we did additional revisions, which a couple of you were a part of. A couple of those things were the as-built that had happened over time were included in the revision. Working with ADOT and knew the new developments were coming. 43rd Avenue would be kind of our access to the range. So we changed the entrance kind of to the proposed 43rd Avenue, which we'll talk more about here in a little bit. And then we identified areas of the range that weren't going to be as suitable for shooting range activities and ranges themselves. And we identified that area as the range protection zone. And there's area could then be used for landscaping, for aesthetics, sound mitigations we've talked about, or potential cooperative development projects. And all that's about being compatible and supporting operations of Ben Avery in perpetuity. Next slide. So the kind of key points here that we had discussed during that process for the criteria that these projects would support and be compatible with the operations, increase long-term protection of Ben Avery, and then be some kind of ongoing source of revenue. The lands that are all part of the protection zone, all the land is owned by the commission, and that came from patents from State Land Department. Currently no federal nexus to any of those parts of the property, and is currently zoned for the ranch and farm district, and we have a special use permit for the shooting range. And those monies received for any sale or lease of that portions of the property would be deposited in the Firearm Safety and Ranges Fund. Okay, next slide. So from February of 2023 to June of 23, we're trying to figure out what all that meant. And we presented to the commission in June, and then commission provided us the direction. And I'll read this quick just for everyone. But the commission voted to delay consideration of any proposals for disposal of land by sale or lease within the Ben Avery Shooting Facility Range Protection Zone until July 1, 2025, to allow time for the department to evaluate and monitor planned future development near and adjacent to the Ben Avery Shooting Facility. So 2 years, a lot was happening around the range. A lot of different proposals were coming, but we really still didn't know what's protecting the range, what our threats were, sale, lease, what are the best options. So last year, on June 13th, at the meeting here in Payson, commission directed the department, I'll read this again too, that the department provide quarterly updates to the commission during regularly scheduled commission meetings regarding the Ben Avery Master Plan and regional development progression. Updates should consider not only development, but also aspects pertaining to airspace and the processes, steps, timelines necessary for the commission to ensure range protection. Okay, next slide, please. Now we get to the fun stuff, some updates. So we met with ADOT, City of Phoenix, and then BLM was also present in this past our quarterly meetings a couple weeks ago. They provided a quick little update on Halo Vista, which is the development south of the range and headquarters. The kind of key focus areas will be in their phase 1 development is the northeast corner of their property, where the auto mall that we've talked about, the Costco section. The roadways will be 43rd Avenue and State Route 74 to 43rd. 43rd will be just the northern portion of it. It won't connect all the way to Dove Valley on their first phase. And then they'll be working on the frontage road along I-17, but just along kind of the portion of the auto mall. It won't go all the way to Dove Valley on that first phase. 51st Avenue, a little update. The BLM kind of shared up the process to the City of Phoenix, and the City of Phoenix is starting the application process for the right-of-way for that 51st intersection. The property to the west of headquarters in Ben Avery, there's a small strip of BLM land that runs there before the state land. So that's where that 51st Avenue alignment kind of is. So they'll go work through that process. And then we've talked about the MAG study, the Maricopa Association of Governments, the study of State Route 74 from I-17 to the 60. That was finalized and approved May 27th. The purpose of that was to kind of create that vision of that roadway, looking at 2035 to 2050, what kind of improvements and investments will be needed to keep up with the development happening throughout the area. And then defining what classifications and what kind of intersections are going to be out there, right-of-ways and things that would be needed. Key piece kind of for our area is the traffic signals at 43rd and 51st Avenue were approved, and they will be the only signals on that road, and the rest of it is intended to be free flow. So, okay, next slide, please. So just throwing this out again, I know we've talked about it before, but TSMC's total build-out investment will be $165 billion. They've recently purchased, I shared that I think at the March update, the 900 acres on the south side of through 303, which is part of the North Park kind of planned development. That has not been sold yet and not moving forward, but that's where the 7,400 acres and potentially 15,000 housing units and then other businesses that will get in there. The City of Phoenix's Innovation Corridor was approved. If you guys have been on the 303 and Lake Pleasant Parkway, that construction is Amcor. That's a $7 billion tech campus. They're going to be packaging and testing. Largest facility I think I've read in the United States that will be doing that, and their main customer is Apple. the 1,473 acres west of Halo Vista, between Halo Vista and the Peoria Innovation Corps. The MAP group is starting the process to kind of plan that development, what that would look like in front of, going to sale. That's all state land, and we'll go through the sale auction process. And then the department is starting the process of hiring a consultant to evaluate the best use of the protection zone and what would, provide you guys some options and things to think about. So we're working through that process right now. And as we move into the new fiscal year, be able to provide more information. Okay, next slide, please. So just want to highlight a little bit of Halo Vista for everyone. Their team reached out to us a few weeks ago, and we actually had a meeting with them yesterday, coordination meeting. They shared a number of things that will be very, I think, beneficial here to share today on timelines and coordination for the future. So during that meeting, they focused on what the ADOT quarterly update was kind of on. State Route 74 will be kind of one of their first projects, and coordinating with the department on impacts to the range and headquarters. They brought up and want to work directly with us. Led to, we're going to have a minimum of quarterly meetings with them, and then whenever there's something coming up, they're going to be communicating with us. There's going to be 3 water tie-ins to the 78-inch water line that is in the easement on the south side of the property along 74. So they'll be hooking up to that, tying in to run water over for Halo Vista. That's one of the first projects that need done because water for dust control and things that they'll be doing. Their phase 1 is what they have going, moving forward, but they're already planning their phase 2. And there's a couple articles have been out what that looks like, and there are additional industrial plans coming in support of TSMC. So that groundbreaking event was the end of March. I think I shared that in the last meeting. And I think, Ben, if we can kind of go to the video, I think it'll be good timing for that. But the whole vision of Halo Vista was to support TMC. And the photo there says a city within a city. But it's about building the supply chain around TSMC and what that ecosystem looks like. So this video walks.
That's terrific. Thank you for showing us that.
You're welcome. Okay, before I move on to the next part of the presentation, is there any questions on the update section?
Commissioner Guggenauer.
Madam Chair, yeah, thanks, Mike. A couple of things. Tell me again about the BLM strip of land. At one time, we talked about them possibly donating that, but are they thinking providing access, or do we still need that access on the west side there?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, the strip of land is for a trail. I think there was a historic roadway that went there. So that runs for miles to the north along our property. So there's initial conversations like, can BLM land be the intersection? How Phoenix would work with that. So I think the initial, and from my understanding, the initial intent is to have a right of way for the 51st intersection so far north. Then provide access to the trail. I'm not sure how far north that will be. That's all part of that application right now. But that would be then, like we discussed in earlier meetings, our traffic signal access will be there to headquarters and to the west side of the range. What that looks like, whether we've talked about with ADOT and the city of Phoenix, we want safe, convenient access to headquarters and to the range. We're giving up our signal, and they're all aware of that. So what that looks like in those designs, they haven't been done yet, but that's the main intent of that right away with BLM, is that section on the southern part. Then what happens to 51st Avenue, because our property actually does a little dog leg to the west and goes north again. So 51st Avenue can't go be straight.
Right.
So that's still in development. The north side of 74, there's no planning yet. So.
And then just to be explicit, there's no light being planned here.
At 51st Avenue.
Yes, at 51st.
There will be a traffic light at 51st, no timeline. The focus on phase one and the construction of Halo Vista is the east section.
43rd
For
Avenue.
43rd, and then from 43rd east will be the improvements to 74. If things move quickly, it could be in the next couple years. From 43rd to 51st could be done, the roadway and then the traffic signal, or it could be 10 years. No one knows. It's really going to depend on how fast that moves, who ends up wanting to build, and how that could speed up. And they've shared, it could be 10 years, or it could be like somebody comes in and we need to be here in whatever, and they'll start doing it in a year from now. So, so that's still up, but there will be in the future, whatever, we don't know that date, there will be a traffic signal.
But our egress is still at 43rd Avenue. That hasn't changed at all.
For the main access to Ben Avery, yeah, and that's what we'll get into here in a second, showing you that, and then asking for some approval to changes to the plan. But yeah, but that'll access Ben Avery. We still envision headquarters main access being at 51st Avenue with whatever roadway gets put in to the building, how that looks. And none of that's been kind of ironed out yet.
Gotcha. One more question, Madam Chair,
Yeah,
if I
of course.
could. The consultant that we're talking to, does our procurement system require us to talk to more than one to get 3 quotes, or is this just consultation, or how are we looking at that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, the consultant we're looking at hiring is actually just to evaluate the property, what would be best land uses and values and those types of things. And we're following our processes procurement wise of whether they're on contract or if we need to do a solicitation.
Okay.
That answer.
I think so. I'll follow up with you later.
Okay.
One more quick one, if I could. McCourt, that was on the video, who are they? It said the
They're,
Mac Group.
they're one of the partner developers.
Oh,
They're,
okay.
they're, I think, a developer builder of
For Halo
develop,
Vista?
tied in with, yes, with the MAC group for, in developing Halo Vista.
Gotcha. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Chair.
you're welcome. I need a little bit of education. So when we have a consultant to go out and look at this, do we have to put that out to bid for a consultancy?
Madam Chair, so the state has some, like, we call them on-call contractors.
Okay.
Where they're already on contract that the state can utilize.
I see.
So that's what we haven't, there's no decisions that I'm aware of that
Okay.
who we're using yet, but we could use an on-call, or we could go out with a solicitation.
So
and
that's
do
our
it.
decision
Yeah,
to do
we're
that.
working on that. yeah.
Okay, cool. Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you for the education. Did you have a comment?
And Madam Chair, is it the department that chooses the evaluator, or is it the state that would be choosing the best use evaluator?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kerr, so the department is choosing
Okay.
a consultant to
Correct.
evaluate our
All right,
property,
so
the
it's
Ben
not the-
Avery.
Okay, so it's not the state.
But,
Thank
but
you.
it couldn't, but there are state contracts is where the
Okay.
state, so we would utilize potentially someone on contract, or, go out to solicitation for a contract.
Great.
Thank you.
But wait, there's more. Please continue.
Okay, Ben, can you probably go 2 slides ahead, please? There we go. So this slide is showing, kind of zooming in on the southeast corner of the Ben Avery, and this was the master plan. And you can see when we initially updated this, and the information from ADOT, we thought 43rd Avenue was lining up with Longshot Drive, which is the road that's already existing. So that's how we kind of designed in the master plan our entrance. Then you see we thought we'd connect to the east side, and we went across the property. So as time has gone on, with that being the protection zone, we don't know what's going to be done with that. It kind of seemed a little silly to put all that infrastructure in, and down the road it'd be tore out. So we're going to be changing that. And then, as we've noted in earlier meetings also, 43rd Avenue is actually to the west a little bit. And Ben, if you can go to the next slide, please. You can see the dotted lines kind of show where the high power had come in and where the new entrance would be. But we're proposing and working with the designers, the new access road would actually go, be a long shot, and we would be widening that it's basically running 2 different lanes with a medium in the middle, do some landscaping and things on that, and then just go straight into the range and then tie in. And you can see there at the top, that ties in right to the main public range on the rifle and pistol side. And then some of the changes, when you would go from the east side of the range and go around all those stop signs, and then you drive across the 1,000-yard range and always get goosebumps, like, because you're driving across the range, that's just going to be an access road for internal use. All the customer traffic is going to be utilizing the new entrance, and then would go around the west side. It's just a lot easier to keep the flow going.
Mike, I have a question on this. So I'm looking at that roundabout. If I came in the roundabout and took the left there, is there going to be a road there then to take me to headquarters, or do I have to go through, are we still going to have our light by headquarters?
Ben, can you go to the next slide, please? One more. My fault. Yeah, there we go. So the roundabout, and we'll come back to this here in a second for more detail, but that roundabout's going to tie into the existing road that's long shot that goes around the 1,000-yard range. So you'll be able to connect to the west end of the range, play target center, archery, but it'll be all the existing roads. Not intended at this time to be like the access to headquarters, because it's a long way around. Headquarters in the future, where our current entrance is, will be a right in, right out. So that the entrance will still kind of look the same as it is, but there'll be a right turn in, a right turn out.
And no light.
And no light. The light will just be to the west, right at our property line. That's the 51st Avenue. And then we will be working with the city, ADOT, whoever, to construct that intersection with another some type of roadway into headquarters, front side, whatever that ends up being best. That provides the easiest, most convenient, safest
Okay.
access for. So.
Yeah, so no left turn coming out of headquarters,
Correct.
possibly.
In the future. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Ben, if you can go back to then, please. Very good. Thank you. So there's interior roads on the 1,000-yard range will be just for service use. And then the east entrance that we're currently using will become a right in, right out. And we're planning to keep that just as a service road to our development yard and the other facilities there on that very east section, but it won't be intended for public use. Okay, Ben, next slide, please. So here's the look at what 43rd 74's intersection will look like. And we'll be having a right turn lane into the facility. You'll see there's a middle lane there. You'll be able to come from 43rd Avenue and go straight across 74 and access the range. Same with leaving, you'll be able to go straight across or make your right and left turns. This is the signals, all this is part of the Halo Vista and the MAC Group's Phase 1 construction plans, and timeline they shared yesterday is going to be very close to the same as ours. As you guys are aware, we have the funding to build this coming fiscal year, and the plan is to have this done by this time next year. So hopefully this all aligns where we're almost building it together, their section to the ADOT right-of-way edge, and then ours to meet that on our property. Okay, next slide, please. So I think I shared with a couple of you, we all have our personal opinions about roundabouts. But we feel this is probably the best option to keep traffic flowing and not impact 74 in the intersection because there's not a lot of distance there. So there'll be the roundabout. We're going to have electric gates on the east and west side of that. You can see there to control access when the range is closed. You can see in the next picture we'll have the wall section, but there's a wall section that we're going to have landscaped. There's a berm you can see wrapping around that ties into the existing lateral berm at the 1,000-yard range. But all this is to, and Ben, you can go to the next slide, to really showcase and welcome. Next slide, Ben, please. To showcase and welcome folks when they're arriving to the range. To the wall, landscaping, berm is to kind of hide the backdrop of the 1,000-yard range and some of those berms and make it really look nice as you come in. So, okay, Ben, next slide. Are there any questions?
Any more questions?
Madam Chair,
Please.
just one more. Mike, how tall do you envision that wall at the entrance?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, we've been working with them, like they're meeting the end of our procurement deadlines and trying to get these designs done. We've been changing that, and I honestly can't answer you accurately. 8 feet is in my head for one of them, but I can get back to you and share with all of you what the height would be. It's not real high, but it's high enough to help as a visual. And then you saw the trees. Some of that landscaping is to save on the cost of the height of the wall,
Yeah.
using trees versus the wall.
Gotcha.
Oh, interesting.
Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, please continue.
Okay, I have a recommendation based on the changes to the master plan. We wanted to get your blessing to kind of move forward with this.
You got it. Thank
Okay,
you.
Next slide, please, Ben. The department recommends the commission vote to approve the Ben Avery Shooting Facility Master Plan revision to include the 43rd Avenue entrance designs as presented.
I have a recommendation. Do I have a second? Oh,
Approve as presented.
okay. Motion to approve as presented.
So moved.
So moved. All in favor?
Aye.
And opposed? And you're good to go.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you,
look
Mike.
mighty
Nice tie.
spiffy. Yeah.
We all love that tie. Madam Chair, item 6 is the McDowell Sonoran Preserve and the Arizona Game and Fish Department Partnership in Urban Wildlife Management. Please move out to the edge of your seat for Deborah Groves, Wildlife Manager Senior. You're welcome, Deborah.
Thank you so much for that. Madam Chair, Commissioners, it's so great to be here with you guys today to share about this really unique and special partnership that we have here in Region 6. Oh, I'll get a little
There you
closer
go.
up there.
Thank
How's
you.
that? Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Much better. Perfect. Before I even get started, I wanted to take a minute to acknowledge that this partnership spans decades and it is so much larger than myself, and it couldn't be possible without multiple other members of the department as well as the wildlife managers that have preceded me in my district. So,
Great, thank you.
yeah. Do you have my presentation? Freestyle. I mean, I can do it from memory.
We told them it was a puppet show.
There you go. Now you're cooking.
Perfect. So I needed to remind myself what my name was. So for the record, my name is Deborah Groves. And again, I'm the wildlife manager for the East Valley portion of Unit 25M. Next slide, please. And so for those who might not be familiar with the Scottsdale Sonoran Preserve, to locate us here on our left-hand side, we've got a map of the larger Region 6 area in that red rectangle. I've pulled that out and it's blown up on the right-hand side of the screen. So you'll notice the northeast corner of the Loop 101, and there's a mountain range that runs basically north-south. So that's the southern portion of the preserve, but it extends up north. And one of the things that's really remarkable about this preserve is it's not just the preserve itself, it also has connectivity to the McDowell Mountain County Park to the east, as well as the Tano National Forest to the north as well. So it's really important for that connectivity between our urban area and our wildlife more broadly. Next slide, please. So just some general information about the preserve. It was initially created in the mid-1990s, and it's one of those things that's been repeatedly funded by taxpayers over the years. It's the largest urban preserve in the country, and for some perspective, it's about 36 times larger than New York's Central Park. And the preserve is roughly a quarter of the city of Scottsdale total area, which I think really speaks volumes about the priority of a municipality that they devote that much of their geographical footprint to something like a preserve. And it's widely popular. Up to 1 million people visit the preserve every day from all across the country, all across the globe. And the wildlife that can be found there includes our large mammal species, including mule deer, javelina, mountain lion, bobcat, several species of reptile, as well as birds, up to and including a resident family of Harris hawks that are also hat thieves. So stay tuned to my presentation, and one of them will make an appearance towards the end. So next slide, please. So the preserve and the department, in my experience, it's been a case of complementary missions. They're not exactly identical, but I feel like they really support each other, with the differences really being our focus is on that wildlife, and the preserve, their focus is a little more broad, focusing on the habitat, but up to and including the archaeological and historical sites that are found on the preserve as well. Next slide, please. So kind of visualize another way, this is kind of how I see it and how I've experienced this partnership. So we've got our active and hands-on management of Arizona's wildlife species. The preserve really focuses on maintaining that iconic, delicate habitat type of our Sonoran Desert. And really where I've experienced this partnership is in the middle, where our goals really overlap. And that's in things like our public education efforts, public safety, the passion that we have for Arizona's natural wildlife resources, and it's founded in science-based management, which I think is something that has been really, really great between the department and the city of Scottsdale. Next slide, please. And where I find that my most hands-on experience with this partnership is through our annual large mammal survey, which is conducted every year. So I get to fly around in a helicopter, and then every year I get to write up a presentation, and I present that to their commission, which is a 7-member board that is in charge with making decisions for the preserve. This is a relationship that spans almost over a decade at this point, beginning in 2013. And we've actually extended this agreement to go through 2028 now. So we'll have data going forward into the future. And this is remarkable because the city actually funds 4 hours of survey time every year, which has allowed us to have annual data going back, which is just absolutely extraordinary. So that helps me by letting me write really good hunt recommendations for the area. And also the preserve as well gets to use that information for their scientific purposes as well. So it's a really good partnership. Next slide, please. And one of the things that I find that with that FaceTime with their commission, it allows me to advocate for the department, our mission, and our sportsmen. And one of the things that's been the most gratifying is when it comes to interfacing with the public. So it's not just advocacy on my part, it's also our City of Scottsdale members advocating for the department as well. So it could be kind of surprising for the general public who maybe are not familiar with hunting or the hunting culture to find out that there is an archery hunt that does occur in the preserve. And they have been a great partner talking about the department's mission. And next slide, please. Next slide. One more, there we go. So this is the hunter fact sheet, which has been a work in progress, one could say. So you can see a lot of information that essentially it puts the department forward as the agency responsible for managing wildlife in the state of Arizona, but it's also in partnership with the city. And this is something that we put out to the general public that might have questions about hunting just in general, as well as our sportsmen, to really facilitate them utilizing the preserve and meeting that the multi-use essentially of this area where we have both mountain bikers, hikers, equestrians, and also our sportsmen utilizing the preserve at the same time. But what's not really seen just from this publication is the countless hours and countless conversations across time that has gone into drafting this to be such a tool that it is public facing and a resource for the general public as well as our sportsmen. So
I have a favor on that fact sheet. Would you send me that PDF?
Oh, absolutely.
Because when I do outreach, I think that would be very interesting, especially I'm doing one for McDowell, would be good for them to say, we're keeping you informed.
Absolutely, Madam Chair.
That'd
I'd
be
happy
great.
to.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Next slide. So in terms of that public outreach, another thing that I personally get to be involved in is having the opportunity to present to their citizen science preserve stewards. So this is a group of about 600 actively involved members of the public that donate their time just because they care about the preserve so much. And they are the often first and only point of contact to the general public. They have people that stand at the trailheads and give general information, also there to answer questions. So being able to talk to them and share the department's mission about what we do, about what game management is, about how it's our sportsmen's dollars that really conserve and go forward to fund our wildlife conservation here in the state of Arizona has been really, really gratifying. And usually that's one of the most surprising things that I encounter is that they didn't realize that it was our hunting and fishing dollars that went towards conservation here in the state of Arizona. So next slide.
That's great.
And also in terms of the scientific outreach, the preserve has essentially a scientific arm, which is the McDowell Sonoran Field Institute. And they really focus on the research and the scientific projects that are ongoing and conducted within the preserve. And recently I've been asked to sit on their science advisory committee. So those of you that are familiar with the name Randy Babb, he has preceded me in that position, and those that know that those are some big shoes to fill. So I endeavor to do my best. Some of the ongoing projects that they have, this is not an exhaustive list, but some of the more noteworthy is the mule deer telemetry, looking at the connectivity across the north and southern portions of the preserve, as well as acoustic monitoring for some resident bat species that are found on the preserve. And right now there's an ongoing camera study to see what is on the preserve, what corridors they're utilizing and how often. So next slide, please. Their ecological resource plan is something that I find really, really special. I was invited directly, as well as some other department regional staff, to give comment on their update of their ecological resource plan. Now, there's been a big change from the original draft of their 2016 version of this to their 2024 update, where they have cited the department and the projects undertaken with the department as foundational to this document. And they sought our input on it, and it was really important that we were at the table to help inform how they were going to spend their dollars going forward. So that was something that was personally pretty gratifying to be a part of. Next slide, please. Now, this doesn't just go in one direction. I, as the wildlife manager in Unit 25M, have on multiple occasions had the city support me in my capacity as the wildlife manager for the Scottsdale area. There are too many to list all of them, but one of the most noteworthy occurred in March of 2023. We had several reports of a coyote exhibiting some unacceptable behavior that we believe was related to a feeding activity that was going on unlawfully in the area. And unfortunately, this resulted in 2 children receiving bites. They were not seriously injured, but absolutely that was an unsafe situation. So in light of the relationships that we've built over time in the preserve, they were able to put us in contact with the city manager immediately, who also got us in contact with the public information officer for the city of Scottsdale. So we were able to utilize their social media campaign to put out essentially real-time solicitation of the public for sightings of these animals in the area, which let us address the situation and bring a fast, safe resolution to this community, which was really value added. And it was those actual personal relationships which led to someone basically saying, oh, they're in the office right next door. I'll just go ask them really quickly. So that was something to be, it was really great to be a part of. And not only that, after this situation concluded, the city went out of their way to make their resources available to us, opening up some of their facilities for myself and our urban wildlife specialist to put on a presentation to address how unlawful and how harmful and how negative the impacts of unlawful feeding can be in the Scottsdale area. So that presentation was actually recorded and it was published to the city's website, and is something that we direct people to this day as an educational resource. So that was pretty great. So next slide, please. So in conclusion, managing wildlife in urban areas, it is a different animal. There are no 2 scenarios that are exactly alike. There's no rule book. It's one of those things that keeps you on your toes, absolutely. And as promised, in your upper right-hand corner, there is one of the hat thief Harris hawks making an appearance. So next slide, please. With that, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Guggenauer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for this presentation. This is a part that the public, I think, doesn't get to see a lot. We think of our wildlife managers and the job they do. We just got finished with revocations and people focus on that. But this is where the real work is. This is where the community engagement, the partnerships that we form, the camaraderie, the working together when there is an issue to get to a solution. I don't know that everybody puts as much value on that, but it's a very important part of what our wildlife managers do, what the commission expects our wildlife managers to do. This is a perfect example of that. So please pass along our thanks for doing this.
I will, Madam Chair. Commissioner Guggenauer, thank you for that. I will.
Commissioner Kerr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Deborah, thank you for the presentation. And to piggyback on what Commissioner Guggenauer said and what you said, this isn't just an overnight accomplishment, and it has taken a long time. And thank you and everyone else for keeping it going and being such an example for other communities. So thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kerr, thank you for that.
Well done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Director.
Thank you, Deborah. Madam Chair, item 11 is Department Revenue Initiatives. Seek Commission direction related to increasing revenue to include, but not limited to, licenses, tags, stamps, applications, and other fees. The presenter is Marianne Cox, Special Assistant to the Director. There is a blue card on this one, Madam Chair.
All right. We'll do the blue card first. John Fugate. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, thank you. Should the commission approve steps today to adjust fees to increase revenue to support strategic initiatives and the department's core mission, we respectfully request said initiatives and the department's core mission are spelled out well in advance of final approval of fee increases, hopefully in a fashion that the sportsmen and the women of Arizona can understand and support. And that was a lot, one sentence. Bottom line is, y'all haven't raised our fees since 2014, I believe, maybe 15. And inflation is inflation. But there's a lot of circumstances, a lot of things that have occurred in the past. Perception is everything. And the better the commission is perceived of doing the right thing, the better support you're going to get. Because I'm promising you, the day you guys are going to approve that, or you have additional public meetings, commission meetings, as this moves forward, those meetings will be interesting.
Yeah.
So that's all I got.
Thank you, John. We appreciate you, and we appreciate you really looking at our agenda and taking note of everything. And now we have Miss Mary Ann. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm very aware I'm probably the thing standing between you all and lunch, so I will be
Well, there's
relatively
that.
brief. Yes. So, as you are aware, the department faces significant revenue challenges that directly affect its ability to fulfill its core mission of conserving Arizona's wildlife resources, providing outdoor recreation opportunities, and developing and retaining a highly skilled workforce. Revenue needs are driven by critical priorities, including hatchery operations and also renovations, which has been a consistent topic. Wildlife area operations and infrastructure maintenance, dams remediation, information technology modernization, and cybersecurity enhancements. Continued investment in public outreach and customer engagement is also essential to ensure awareness of the department's statutory responsibility to manage and conserve Arizona's 820 wildlife species and their habitats. Over the past 8 years, the department has implemented numerous efficiencies and process improvements. We've also offered new discretionary revenue generating products and services as well, a number of those. And while these efforts have helped offset inflammatory pressures and rising operating costs, they have not generated sufficient revenue to sustainably support the department's core mission and future business needs. And as we're all very aware, the department does not receive any general fund tax. So we are a fully self-funded agency. So without additional revenue, the department will face increasing challenges in maintaining our existing programs, in maintaining our infrastructure, and maintaining service levels. Next slide, please. To ensure the long-term sustainability of Arizona's wildlife conservation efforts and outdoor recreation opportunities, the department seeks commission direction to evaluate potential fee adjustments, including but not limited to license, tag, and application fees, to initiate public outreach, and to develop a draft rule for presentation to the commission at a future commission meeting. If the commission has any questions, I'm happy to give a shot at answering those, but otherwise I have a recommendation.
Any questions? No? Okay, please go ahead with your recommendation.
All right. The department recommends the commission direct the department to evaluate fees and prepare a draft rule that would adjust fees to increase revenue needed to support department business, core mission, and workforce needs.
So moved.
So moved. And I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? You're good to go.
Thank you, Marianne. Madam Chair, that brings us about to executive session in our lunch time. Executive session will take place in here. We're going to need a few minutes to set up.
Okay.
But if we would maybe break or go into executive session till about 1, I think we can do the setup and the takedown and get it all done. So
Okay, so what that means that if you're here and you're not in the executive session, you need to leave. So thank you so much, and we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock.
Madam Chair, make a
Yes.
motion to
I'll
go
make a
into
motion.
executive session till 1 o'clock.
Okay, have a motion, need a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Madam Chair, item 12 is state and federal legislation. Presenter is Ed Sanchez, Legislative Branch Chief. And we do have a blue card for this.
Thank you. John Fugate. Thank you, John. Oh, do you want to go second? Are you on?
I probably talk to him as much as you do. Let's see. 12. My name is John Fugate. I represent the Rod and Gun Club. Madam Chair, slide 3 indicates a one-time sweep of $5 million from the Heritage Fund and 3.4 from the department's Watercraft Fund. Our organization will be attempting to gain a face-to-face audience with our respective senators and representatives from districts 23 and 25 to ensure none of these elected officials support taking said revenue away from the department in the future. And what I mean by that is, well, you guys are pretty clear. We don't like the legislature taking any of your money or not allowing you to spend any of your money. So we're going to do our part to make sure that our folks are not part of the problem next year should it occur.
Thank you, John. All right, I think you're good to go. Thanks, Ed.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, for the record, my name is Ed Sanchez. I'm the legislative liaison for the department. Here again to provide a brief legislative update for you. And I want to start by saying, it should be, the first thing I should be saying is thank you to people like Mr. Fugate and the Yuma Rod and Gun Club, Arizona Sports and Wildlife Conservation, Conserve and Protect, many other organizations that really helped us get everything that we were want to get, our legislative strategy getting across the finish line. I'm so appreciative that that they allowed us to reach out to them and coordinate the things that we needed to do at the Capitol to get things done. So, and then I want to leave it the best. Last for the best is the commission. I know we've been talking on a regular basis throughout the session. Some things to hold back, go forward, aggressive, not aggressive, go to committee hearings, not go to committee hearings. You all were wonderful because you fit that role, that model that we need to is like, what does it take to get across the finish line? So I want to thank you personally for all that you've done for this session.
Absolutely.
It is a total reflection of success that we've achieved. And then I'll be talking about kind of a wrap up of this session.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. Okay, 153 days, a little less than the previous 3 legislative sessions, so that's good. Sine die was this about 2 weeks ago, June 13th. A total of 2,000, it's the first ever. More than 2,000 bills were introduced at the legislature. And a lot of these bills that were signed and going forward, there's a general effective date of September 12th. And I also added a couple things because I think you always want to have a conversation about this, whether it's here or outside externally, but early ballots start next week and the primary election is July 21st. I say that because many of the decision makers down at the legislature are working to get reelected And so that's an important part of their cycle. So just something to be aware of. Next slide, please. And again, a quick wrap up of some things that you already know about. The 18.3 billion bipartisan state budget was passed. And in that budget, the 2.5% cuts to state, and not the Game and Fish Department, but other state agencies. And also a 1.4 billion tax cut for working class families. But again, I'll just repeat what we already know. Department Budget Appropriation received 11 million one-time funding for statewide hatchery renovation, specific for Town of Creek Hatchery and the Bubbling Ponds facility. And then I know something that Mr. Fugate mentioned, the one-time sweeps in heritage and watercraft. Next slide, please. And these folks got confirmed in early June, got them across the finish line. I mean, it was very close. It's one of the last times that they actually made the legislature made decisions other than bills themselves. But commission board appointments for the CARB, which is Rich Williams, Jared Lyman, Nathan Rees, Michael Cravens, and also for the Livestock Loss Board, Steve Clark and Randy Dahl. So we're great to have them going forward and on board. Next slide, please. And then some bills I just wanted to mention. These bills, except for the one on top, I wanted to identify bills that got to the governor's office, and then final bills that made it to the finish line and might have made it over, but not quite across. So the HB 2787 that we talked about before was vetoed by the governor in April. SB 1280, the public monies, Mexican wolf, at the Mexican wolf pup legislation was vetoed by the governor on June 19th. And then HB 2763, the shooting range closure conditions bill, was signed by the governor on June 22nd. Next slide, please. And to continue, a few more bills. HB 2257, the watercraft distribution of monies legislation was signed by the governor on June 22nd. When we were watching throughout the legislative session was SB 1519, off-highway vehicles weight by our friend Senator Dunn. It failed. It went through about 3 cows back and forth and revised a few times. It finally failed 2530. And I put this in here specifically because I think this is probably legislation we'll see next year. And then SB 1050, Veterans Lifetime State Parks Pass, something that Senator Rogers mentioned earlier this morning. It failed. I want to mention that too because again, another bill we think probably will likely come back again. It failed in the process. It never got a final vote on it, but something we probably need to watch for. Next slide, please. And here's a quick snapshot, commissioners, on some of the bills. We monitored 50 plus bills over the session, during the session, and about 19 priority bills we managed throughout the session. And these are some of the bills that could have an impact on the department. But we just wanted to showcase that again about the number of bills that we had to work through. Next slide, please. And before I begin with that, I do want to say that as going forward, we'll begin to have these legislative summary discussions about planning for the future, planning for the next session. As I mentioned, those 2 bills earlier, of those and some other ones on that list that you just saw, we'll be looking at and considering if they're going to be coming back or not. So we'll do as much pre-planning as possible to be prepared for next session. And with that, we have a legislative proposal timeline. Our annual legislative proposal timeline. It began June 15th. We put out a message to the department requesting for proposals for any type of changes we need to do legislatively. And we'll give you an update at the August meeting. And then we'll continue to talk with executive staff. And then we'll have another overview with the commission at the September meeting. And then we'll be ready we say submit to governor's office September, but in the past it's been September. I think last year it was October 15th, so that date can change. And then a final date of approval by the commission in December. Next slide, please. And then a quick federal update. The fiscal 27 interior bill passed out of House appropriations, so it's on the launch pad on the House side. We're still waiting the Senate to release their budget, but things are looking pretty good for the department and other wildlife agencies. I want to specifically just talk about the $75 million appropriation in the House committee for the state and tribal wildlife grants. So that is a slight increase from previous. I think fiscal 26 is something like 75.8, something like that, 73.8. So a little bit of an increase. So that's good news. So hopefully we can stay at that number. And then something that indirectly affects the department and the state, it's the bipartisan legislation to authorize a land legacy restoration fund. It reauthorizes the Great American Outdoors Act that was signed in 2020. It was about 12-point-something billion over 5 years. That finished up, and they felt it necessary, which for good reason, to reauthorize this for the next 5 years, $9.5 billion. It's not official yet, but the Senate, it's on the launch. Senate got it out of the Senate. House is working on it right now. They just got a markup. I think it was yesterday, or it was the day before, Thursday. I think, yeah, yesterday. The goal is to have it to the president's desk by July 4th. So that's all good news. I just want to just relay that to the commission.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. And I'm available for any questions, but I should have said on this last slide, I was thinking about this, another thank you to the commission. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your coordination efforts to get everything that we talked about throughout the session. Actually, about this time last year, talking about what we need to achieve and accomplish, we did. And so thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much for all your hard work. And anytime you know that going forward that we can assist again, just keep us posted. To you and Jen. So thank you to both of you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, one last note. I didn't look at my notes because I never do. Lori from Representative Crane's office was here this morning. We're also working with Representative Crane's office to work on some federal legislation for land conveyance for our hatcheries.
Oh, nice.
And so our hope is to get it introduced by the end of this session. They've got language now, so we're going to continue to work with them and with the Representative Gosar's office with their help to get it in a place where we can get it introduced this session.
Super. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Any questions?
Madam
Yeah,
Chair.
please.
Sorry, go ahead.
Thanks, Ed. Appreciate that. A question on the OHV study committee that Senator Dunn is running. With the failure of 1519, does that mean that the study committee is going to end, or do you think that that'll continue into next year?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gudenauer, there's no legislation that authorizes the study committee to go forward, but that doesn't stop the Senator Dunn from having his own meetings. And I think he's been doing that. So I think he has that ability to maybe create his own study committee to continue to have those conversations, which I haven't had any since the session ended, sine die. I haven't had a conversation with him, but I assume that it's still, there's a big, strong interest still that continues at the legislature and externally on trying to get a resolution to this. So I think there's going to be more meetings.
Am I recalling this correctly, that last session they actually had a vote to continue the study committee, or did it follow the process you just described?
Yes, the study committee expired at the end of this session, and there was no new legislation that would authorize for the committee to continue. But again, people like Senator Dunn can actually request, let's say, Senate staff to start, organizing more meetings to have discussions with key stakeholders.
Right. So, and there's another observation. I mean, great work this session down there. You and Jess both, I mean, dedicated to talking to representatives about our legislation. And I think forward that these appropriation asks, especially for hatcheries, they're going to increase over the next few years. So it's, I know how difficult this is going to be. And so as the chair said, you know, if we're here to help as you go forward, because I know it's going to be a bigger hill next session.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Goodenow, you got it. So that's why I was saying thank you, because engagement's going to continue and maybe even escalate more. So we'll just kind of wait and see what happens. But yeah, thank you for your continued support.
And there was one more thing I wanted to mention too. I want to thank you for getting some of the politicians at each of our meetings, because I think that is so valuable for them to see, even if it's just a bit of the process. They don't stay for the whole meeting. But I think having the public see that the political side is involved and interested enough to show up at the meeting. So thanks to you two for doing that. It's really appreciated by me.
Mostly Jess.
I know,
She did
that's why I looked at her and I gave her the wink. So, yeah, so that terrific. Continue.
Thank you, Madam
It's
Chair.
wonderful. Thank you, guys.
Madam Chair, before we move on, do you mind if I ask Ben to go back to slide 3? I just want to make sure we have clarification on.
Okay,
on a
slide
point here,
3.
Please.
Thank you, Ben.
Maybe.
On the first check mark, the department did not receive one-time funding. We received the authorities to spend $11 million in game and fish dollars, sportsman's dollars for that. I didn't want it to anybody to make sure they didn't think that we received one-time funding, $11 million from the general fund, for instance.
Okay, good. Any comment on that, Ed? You good?
Nope, that's correct. I mean, if you want to, yeah, we find that's, authorized, yes.
Yep.
Super.
Thank you.
So Madam Chair, just so I make sure I understand this, you're saying this was part of our budget. It
That's
wasn't
correct.
one time.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's correct.
thanks.
We received the spending authority to spend sportsman's dollars.
Great. Thank you. Director.
Madam Chair, item 13 is state and federal lands planning update. Presenters Kelly Cavalcant, Habitat Evaluation and Lands Branch Chief. Hi, Kelly. Madam Chair, we do have a blue card on this one as well.
Okay. I'll have John Fugate come up first. Thank you. John? Lucky 13th.
This is the last time I have
Yeah.
to bother you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Agenda item 13. Kelly's gonna show you on a slide that the department had requested and was granted cooperating agency status last month. The Run Gun Club respectfully requests that the commission and the sportsmen and women of Arizona better understand why the department had to make that request and or why they cannot be a cooperating agency on all national monuments. I've stood before you many times talking about, I'll give a layman's example of department people having to sit with our organization or me personally in the audience and speaking to a federal land management agency without a member of the Game and Fish Department sitting at that table. They were considered nothing more than what we're considered. And this is it's a very, very big deal. I promise you, it's a very, very big deal when a federal agency recognizes you folks as a cooperating agency like they should do each and every day. But some seem to not want to do that sometimes. In another slide, it indicates to our organization that due to the current administration, the department is in a better place as it relates to conserving and protecting wildlife on lands administered by BLM. Hopefully, the department will better explain to the commission what restoring ACEC's areas of critical environmental concern regulations to their prior form means and how that benefits Arizona's wildlife and public access in classified areas. Our organization been side by side with the department, and when these special land status designations occur, they're there for a purpose and they shouldn't be there for other purposes. And as long as they're for what they're for, that just helps the department make your lives easier, a lot easier. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And thank you, Miss Callie.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Carton is on the back. too.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Madam Chair, members of the commission, good afternoon. For the record, Callie Cavalcant, Habitat Evaluation and Lands Branch Chief, presenting the state and federal lands planning update this month. I have a few short updates for you today. In addition, I would like to let you know that next month is our second for the year, our expanded renewable energy report. So I'll have a little bit of a longer presentation next month on renewable energy.
Thank you.
Yeah, next slide, please. And on May 18th of this year, the Senate confirmed Stephen Pierce as Director of the Bureau of Land Management. I believe this is the final federal appointment that we were tracking for the administration. And next slide, please. So BLM cooperating agency status for the Sonoran Desert National Monument. I'm notified and have been keeping the commission apprised of updates. The BLM did announce earlier this year that they will be amending their 2024 resource management plan for the Sonoran Desert National Monument, specifically concerning recreational target shooting. This is in response to executive order that directed federal land management agencies to expand access to the public lands and waters for recreation, hunting, and fishing. We did request cooperating agency status on this amendment to the resource management plan. And last month, they were awarded that status. And so we will continue to keep the commission apprised of updates as we work through that process with the BLM.
Great.
Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll back up just 1 second for that last slide. Thank you, Ben. I did just want to note that the department does routinely engage in wildlife and wildlife-related recreation activities and opportunities across Arizona. This particular instance is a potential expansion of opportunity, but we also engage on instances and closely monitor closures, recognizing that closures can also make sense just depending on the unique circumstances of the closure and the circumstances involved. For example, we do have one that we're monitoring and that we're aware of on recreation on state lands that's northwest of Tucson. So just wanted to mention that our engagement is varied here for
Thank you. Mic go off? The mic went off.
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Thanks. Next slide, please. Okay. An update for the rescission of the Conservation and Landscape Health Rule. So in May, the BLM did fully rescind their Conservation and Landscape Health Rule that empowers local decision-making and aligns the BLM's implementing recommendations with statutory requirements and national energy policy. It's important to note that the department does support this rescission as it limits the potential conflict with state wildlife agency jurisdictions and restores the regulations that became duplicative under the new rule. Next slide, please. So my last update for you is in regards to the Heber Wild Horse Territory Management Plan. As you are aware, the ABRS released their final EA in early of this year. And in April, the forest supervisor released a notice of intent to impound unauthorized livestock. They were subsequently sued, and the court issued a temporary restraining order that was dissolved in May. However, that lawsuit is still in effect, and wanted to provide the commission with an update that the Forest Service did file an official response to that lawsuit, formally stating their justification to remove unauthorized livestock across the ranger districts on the ABRS under the premise that the existing horses are not progeny of the original herd and therefore not entitled to protection under the Wild Horse and Burro Act. They further stated that they believe they have met their obligations to manage the herd under NEPA and other prior lawsuits that had been filed many years ago.
Commissioner Kerr has a question or comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kelly, I'm looking at the map here of the management area, and having driven that road on my way here today, there are from the road visible, dozens of horses that are outside of that management area. Do they fall under the protection of this management level or?
Commissioner Sue, Chairman,
Whatever
Madam
I
Chair,
am.
Commissioner Kerr. Great question. It is the opinion of the Forest Service that they've stated with the court that they are not entitled to protection, which is a position that the department and the commission have taken in the past as well. And so we are encouraged to see that position in writing with the court.
So that means they can be removed?
Madam Chair, I believe the proceedings of the court will determine what actions the forest may or may not take in the future, but I would leave that up to General Counsel.
Hang on.
Just real quick, I've been tracking this case. The briefing, the horse advocates filed a motion for preliminary injunction to stop any sort of removal, and that's been fully briefed. We should have a decision on that probably in the next month or so.
Super. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. So you might not leave. What we talked last month about a July 21st date that everybody was pushing for, is that still there? Has that been pushed out?
No, yeah, that has been pushed out. We're waiting for a decision from the court now.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Good. Callie?
Yeah. Unless there are any additional questions, that concludes my presentation.
Commissioner Manuel, anything? Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the cooperating agency, I wonder if you could just give us a brief overview of how do you get to be a cooperating agency?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Buchanan, Commissioner Guggenauer, that's a great question. It depends. So the agencies can offer us cooperating agency status, or we can request it. It depends on the type of project or the agency, our relationship with the agency. In this particular case, we did engage as a cooperating agency during the past revision of the resource management plan, and we had an interest in engaging on it again. In this particular instance with the BLM, we routinely request ability to engage as a cooperating agency. And this time is no different. There's a wildlife related public recreational access piece here that we have an interest in engaging on. It just kind of depends how the cooperating agency status and comes through. We might request it, or they could offer it to us and we can choose to accept or not. And then there is usually a formal letter that's involved in us accepting or requesting that permission.
And then one more question, Madam Chair. So restoring the land to previous conditions, I think I've read about some of this in the past, but is the department engaged in that portion of it, or is that somebody else responsible?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, I'm a little confused on your question. Could you
So at the end of
restate?
a project, when we want to restore the land back to its natural environment, I'm sure there's a process, procedures that get followed to make sure that that's all there. Somebody doesn't just go out and check a box and say, we're good here.
Sure, Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, I think anything that's on the table for the revision or amendment to this natural resource management plan, as a cooperating agency, we're going to have an opportunity to engage and provide comment on any of those changes. I think it's a little early to determine what might be touched or altered or amended as part of this effort by the BLM, but just to reiterate, anything that they do amend as cooperating agency status will have a seat at the table to have those discussions directly with the agency.
Thank you, Callie. Well
Thank you.
done.
Appreciate it.
Director.
Thank you, Kelly. Madam Chair, item 14 is Commission Priorities Update. Presenters Luke Thompson, Special Assistant to the Director.
Hi, Luke.
Madam Chair, good afternoon. Madam Chair, members of the Commission, this month's report for the Commission priorities will be followed up with an expanded report from Dan Sterla. But in this month's report, you'll see data up through the end of May. In August, the department will return to the Commission with the entire fiscal year evaluation of where the department is for hitting those metrics associated with each priority. We will also be identifying those metrics and goals, et cetera, for the for the next fiscal year associated with the commission priorities. So reminder of this process, the commission priorities are set by the commission. We discussed those at the November workshop. At the November workshop this year, we did add the priority regarding wildlife connectivity. So for the FY27, going into FY27, we do not have any additional commission priorities based on that discussion from November. At the November workshop, if there are additional priorities to discuss that the commission is interested in, we will hold that conversation and look forward into 28. So with that, I'll open it up to questions from the commission. We do have leads and of course the ADs standing by to answer any questions associated with this month's report before we transition to Dan.
Anything?
Madam Chair, I don't have any specific comments. I just want to say to all of the ADs that are listening, all the people involved in this is probably the best year, in my opinion, and as long as I've been on the commission, that we have quantifiable metrics. We know what we're tracking. We know what we're reporting on. We know how it links to commission priorities. So I'm excited to look for new goals for next year. I know those are always challenging, sometimes a little less challenging, but I err on side of maybe more challenging. But thank you for the hard work on this. It was very well done by the whole team. Thank you.
I agree. There's so many different things that we look at, and it's fascinating to me when we have these meetings it reminds me of all the different buckets that we have that we continue to work on, and to have our 645 or however many employees to do each of those individual things and do it so well. And we were reminded of that at WAFWA yet again.
Yes, ma'am.
And I love that. I just love it when they say, well, we're going to wait and see what Arizona does. You know, that makes me feel good, but I know it's because of our leadership, people like you that lead all of this that make it happen. So thank you so much.
Madam Chair, thank you. And Commissioner Guggenauer, thank you for the comments. You nailed it. There's 675 employees that contribute to achieving the goals associated with these priorities. And so the hard work's happening across the agency, and it's greatly appreciated. So.
Yeah. All right. Director.
Dan?
Oh, Dan, you're up.
Just when you thought
Yeah, we almost got you out of it, Dan.
That's okay.
Hi.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commission, leadership. For the record, my name is Daniel Sturla. I am the Landowner Relations and Habitat Enhancement Program Manager for the department. Today, I will be presenting on Commission Priority number 6, which is increase public access and improve landowner relations. Next slide. Landowner relations and increasing public access is a priority that is embodied department-wide. However, we have 5 specific tools that we use to maximize how we get there. Landowner contacts, monthly contacts, landowner projects, access agreements, and we have 2 volunteer programs, Respect and Adopt a Ranch. I'm going to hit on all of these in this presentation. Next slide. The first tool is our landowner contacts. This is something in our field operations division where wildlife managers make an effort to contact each and every producer in their district. They have a living list of all of their ranchers to contact, and sometimes names are added to the list as people move in, properties are transferred, and sometimes the lists go down, and they're kept up to date so that they're only working with most up-to-date data. This is something we track every month, and right now we are on schedule with 98.5% towards our goal. So we're doing a good job on this one. Next slide, please. The other 4 tools live within the Landowner Relations and Habitat Enhancement Program. Both objectives in this program are commission priorities, enhancing wildlife habitat. That was presented in February at the Maricopa Commission meeting. And that's really focused on partnership projects that are mutually beneficial for our producers, as well as livestock. We're not going to talk about that today.
we're going to talk about the second one, which is securing public access either on private lands or through private lands. And the through private lands is somewhat unique to the West and especially to Arizona, where we may be securing access to just traverse across the deeded property to otherwise inaccessible landlocked public lands beyond them. Next slide, please. Setting the table for the commission today is our budget here. The landowner annual access budget is a combination of draw application fees, some heritage dollars, and a little bit of PR funding. This year, we're at $1.4 million, a tick down from the previous year, but this annual budget tracks with our access agreements and the renewals, and so we're spot on here. Collectively, that budget supports our term access agreements. Remember, access to or through private lands, and it also provides materials and support for our volunteer programs, Respect, Adopt a Ranch, providing signs and gates, et cetera, which we will talk about. Next slide. A few years ago, I added this slide to explain the life cycle of an access agreement. Access agreements are not like buying something at Costco. They can take a long time to develop. Sometimes these relationships and processes can be generational. And so this slide walks you through, I guess, a textbook example of the life cycle of an access agreement, but it starts with our boots on the ground, wildlife managers and our field staff. They identify this opportunity. From there, it's coordinated within their region, and it's incorporated into long-term priorities and where it fits on the landscape. From there, conversations between the department and the landowner begin. They might take a long time. From there, once a mutual understanding is reached, a cost benefit is performed, and we can identify the terms of the access agreement through the next step negotiations. There's a feedback loop and maintenance once the agreement is established, and we're very proud of our access agreements because most of them are extremely long-term, and so it might take a little bit of development on the front end to establish them, but once we have them established, they're typically they're very long-lived. Next slide, please. Okay, the first of our volunteer opportunities here. This is the Landowner Respect Program, and a brief history lesson. This program is funded with heritage dollars. In 1987, when I was a freshman in the first grade, a former commission-sponsored committee was created to discuss impacts on the landscape in the face of a growing metropolis around the state. Very similar issues to what we had today, but in 1987. Shortly after that, in 1990, the Heritage Fund was established through a voter initiative, and a portion of the Heritage Fund was used to prop up the Respect Program, which is designed to educate and inform members of the public and hopefully offset, minimize, and completely avoid impacts of recreation. We've got about 400 ranches around the state that participate in this program, and this program is designed to, through education information, to instill honorable behavior in the field. We're not trying to treat symptoms after the fact. We're trying to establish honorable behavior on the front end. Next slide, please. Here's a summary of the Respect Program. We provided signs and sign-in boxes to 62 ranches around the state. There's an example in that image to the right there of what a sign-in box looks like. We also provided swinging gates. These are extremely popular, surprise, to 11 ranches around the state. And we were able to partner with ADOT to help repurpose used cattle guards to 2 ranches. It's usually our Respect Program that is our first encounter with a partner. This is where most ranches get their first taste of working with the department, and a positive experience here can often lead to future cooperative projects down the road. But they all have roots in the Respect Program. Next slide, please. Similar to our Respect program is the Adopt a Ranch program. As opposed to information and education, we teach ethical use of the landscape and reinforce it through sweat equity. This is where a lot of our sportsmen and conservation partners volunteer. And there's a lot of pride in this program as they work on these ranches around the state. Next slide, please. Here's a summary of our slide here. What's interesting here, our numbers are similar to last year, 22 projects and close to 400 volunteers, but our volunteer hours, close to 3,000, is about 30% more than the previous year. And that's due to our ability to increase our volunteer project scale and the complexity of some of the projects they were working on. And both of these projects, I should add, really are effective at helping us maintain sportsmen's access on the landscape. Next slide, please. Ooh. So I'm not one for personal acknowledgement, but these last two programs are driven by a one-man army, Troy Christensen, who unfortunately is going to be retiring after 35 years with the department in August. And I wanted to recognize what Troy has done. And I'm going to share a fun story about Troy. When Troy was just 3 years old, he was on a family camping trip, actually just outside of Payson, and he wandered off and he was tangled in some barbed wire. And he spent the next 4 hours tangled in barbed wire while his family looked for him. They found him. And it's probably the barbed wire that kept him from wandering off and really getting lost. But regardless, Troy dedicated the rest of his life and his career at Game and Fish to exacting revenge on barbed wire, which is why we do so many fence cleanup projects. Next slide, please.
Wait, I have to say something. When we're on those projects and when we're taking off that bottom wire of barbed wire and then putting on the smooth, he's on the roller. You know, it's like vengeance. You know, and he's on that, like, that barbed wire, get that chain on the end, let it whip around. So I get it. And I didn't know that story until you told that to me, but now all the pieces of the puzzle are coming together.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Picks or it didn't happen, right? Troy was kind enough to cough up this photo. This is taken the night before the camping trip where he got lost. That's Troy in the middle in the cowboy boots and his cowboy hat. His late brother, Tom, his sister and dad and mom's taking the photo. But I just thought this was awesome to validate. We believe you, Troy. But hats off to Troy, fantastic career with the department. And we're sad to see him go. And hopefully we can get him back on the other side of the table as a volunteer. So,
well, he can work the roller.
Very good. Next slide, please. So public access, this is the fruit of these programs, what we're talking about here. Summary for fiscal year 26, 81 term access agreements and 13 compact ranch agreements. We'll talk about compact ranches on the next slide. But right now, the program in the department is focused on maintaining these commitments. Our long-term access, we talked about the strength in these long-term access, and we're going to maintain them. And we're very proud about that, but there's only so much that we can do in our program. And so right now the priority is maintaining them. And we look for unique opportunities to grow, to scale where the opportunity is. One of those tools is working with conservation partners and working with them to help enter the world of term access agreements. And we had a good example we shared last year, and Pheasants Forever has stepped into access agreements in Yuma for the dove plot program. And that's something that we'd like to see continue to grow. Also, we haven't had a farm bill since 2018. We did see one continuation of one of the orphan programs. Voluntary public access was offered this past summer. This is a huge tool for wildlife agencies in the country, and it's a really great tool in Arizona as well. But that opportunity came this summer. The department did apply for a large grant, and we hope to receive notification this fall. If awarded, it would prop up the program with a pretty nice shot in the arm for the next 3 years. Next slide, please. Compact ranches. About 15 years ago, the department and some of our livestock producer organizations came together for a roundtable to identify new opportunities of how we could get reluctant landowners to partner with the department. As a result of this roundtable, partners identified some new incentives. And what happened is really unique. Through a legislative change, the department is now able to, let me back up. The legislative change allowed a representative of the landowner or a representative to trespass, cite, or notice individuals of trespass. Through a compact ranch agreement, the department can notice, cite, or remove a violator of trespass. The department and the landowner agree upon a mutually agreed upon set of ranch rules. A violation of those ranch rules constitutes a trespass. And so this is a really powerful tool. Like I said, we've got it in 13 unique agreements around the state, and it's pretty powerful. Last year, one of the assistant attorneys general from the state of Montana reached out to our program, and they wanted to clone this in Montana. It did pass through a House bill last January. And so great program, recognized through other Western states. Next slide, please. This is a map visualizing our access agreements around the state. Slight tick up from fiscal year 25, but pretty stagnant, pretty stable. I shouldn't say stagnant. 78, depending on when agreements are renewing and expiring, they're going to hover around that 78 to 80 mark. We're pretty proud of this one as well. And I wanted to add that these access agreements, this is solely designed to increase and improve and provide additional sportsman's hunting opportunity. So this is something that we're doing for anybody that draws a tag or wants to recreate and hunt in Arizona. This is a program that's additive, and it's something that we're happy to provide. Next slide, please. Regional highlight. I wish I had one from Region 6, but I chose the Region 2 highlight because it's really good. This last year, I've tasked a lot of our regional staff around the state with prioritizing new opportunities and identifying potentially new partners. In Region 2, our landowner relations program has identified 13 new landowners or lessees that had never worked with the department. Through partnerships and conversations and whatnot, of those 13 new landowners, 5 projects have already been completed in the last year, and we've got plans for 4 more projects with the remaining, whatever that is, 8 individuals. Summary on the bottom there, we did all kinds of stuff: mastication, pipelines, ARC surveys, wildlife waters, drinkers. And so a whole variety up there, but 13 new landowners is pretty impressive. And I wanted to acknowledge that one. Next slide, please. Lastly, this is a new addition to this presentation, but the department has developed a new comprehensive way to report on the state of the union or the state of access in Arizona, and create a way to compare our recreational access to previous years. And so we created this tool that identifies every inch of Arizona as either being open to access, closed to access, or opened with some type of restriction. This is an internal tool. It's a GIS tool. And it's like I said, it's going to be the framework how we can track not only access gained, but access lost. Last year was our baseline. This was literally the model that our GIS program spit out. Remember, all models are wrong. Some are useful. This one was useful because it established our baseline. 2026, this is our first year of getting behind the wheel and working on it. Wildlife managers around the state in every single district were turned loose on this tool to fine tune and correct where the model may have any kind of error. And so they corrected it. And if we go to the next slide, I have a summary that shows visually here the change in the models between 2025 and 2026. There's some big jumps here. You can see open access has jumped by 2 million acres. Summaries on the bottom of that graph. Open restriction increased a bunch, and closed to hunting went down. This is because, again, the baseline model was not refined in any way. Moving forward in the future, we're going to see changes that much more smaller in scale. You're not going to see 2 million acre jumps, I imagine. But this is very helpful. Next slide, please. And one more click, Ben. There we go. So I acknowledge that this slide is very offensive to your eyes. I apologize. But if you would please focus on one of the boxes on the left or the right that you see. So on the left, 2025's model, 2026 on the right. And you can see if you compare the likewise boxes on each one, that a great deal has changed between the years. And again, this is because of boots on the ground, able to correct and refine what we had. Next slide, please. With that, I'm happy to entertain any questions, and thank you, Commission.
I love that last picture. You and I talked about that. Tell us where you got that picture.
So this is from one of our partners in Region 3. Was out riding range, and he had a group of pronghorn cross in front of his horse here, and so he quickly snapped a photo. And so if you look closely, there's a group of pronghorn running across in one of our recently masticated veg treatments there.
Horse looks pretty interested in it too. Any comments? Any questions?
Yes, Madam Chair. Excuse me. So the chair was just saying at the WAFWA meeting, the commissioners get together and we talk about, different topics that we have. This one was in particular one that a lot of people are struggling with. When we talk about our field operations division, people meeting with ranchers, that's unheard of in other states.
Yeah.
When we talk about habitat improvements and landowner relationships and how we build those things, it's foreign. We are light years ahead of what most agencies are doing. These metrics that you're developing, I was just telling Luke here, this one in particular, we have worked as long as I've been on the commission, refining this, updating it, making it more meaningful, making it hit that target that we've been trying to do. And I think every time we see one of these iterations, like the increase, decrease, or restricted land usage, that gets closer and closer to what we're trying to do here. So great work with this, Dan. Great work through your division. Something other agencies, and I know you attend those meetings and talk to other agencies, but I can tell you there's a lot of frustration at the commission level at other agencies that they can't do things like this within their agencies for whatever reason. So thank you for what you do.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenauer, thank you.
Yeah, I want to add on to it because I think a lot of maybe our constituents and people watching this think that, yeah, everybody does this. They don't. And they don't. And that's why I like highlighting these things and saying exactly what Commissioner Guggenauer just said, is that we're very unique. And that's why we're really looked at some of these meetings, WAFA or whatever, yet another acronym, that we are really, you guys just do such a fantastic job for us. And you keep us the cream of the crop. So thank you for that. Did you have anything? Okay.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you, Daniel.
Director.
Madam Chair, item 15 is proposed dates and locations of Arizona Game and Fish Commission
So moved.
meetings for 2027 and January 2028.
Sorry.
Presenter is Luke Thompson, Special Assistant to the Director.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, good afternoon. Going to be presenting recommendations for dates and locations of the remainder of the 2027 and January 2028 commission meeting, commission workshops, commission banquets. If the commission recalls, back in June of last year at this meeting, the commission identified the dates and locations of the January 2027 commission meeting and commission banquet. And those dates are the 15th and 16th. So this recommendation will be for February 2027 through January 2028. Next slide, please, Ben. So a lot of the process that we identify to bring recommendations forward to the commission involves thinking about all of the predetermined dates with AFWA, WAFWA, our engagement out of state, concerns over graduations, those types of pieces through the month of May, spring breaks there in May, March, et cetera. Also identification of a suitable location so we can do all of this with the electronic capacities. But we do have some proposed dates and locations for the commission to consider. I'll read through these very briefly. And then we do have a recommendation. In February, so February 5th, 2027, I'm proposing Region 4. Would still like to look for a venue location in Wickenburg, but with Yuma as an alternative. March 5th, 2027, we'll be in Region 5 with a location to be determined. April 9th, 2027, we'll be at our Phoenix headquarters. May 7th, 2027, we'll be in Region 3 in Kingman. May 25th through 27 will be the commission workshop. That location also to be determined. June 4th, 2027, we'll be back up here in Payson for the Region 6 meeting. August 6th, 2027, Region 2, primary location of Flagstaff with potential alternative for Williams. September 3rd, 2027, Region 1 meeting. We are recommending Greer, although there may be also be an alternative necessary, perhaps in Pine Top or Show Low again. Then November 3rd through 4th, the second commission workshop with the location to be determined. And then December 3rd, 2027, back to Phoenix headquarters. And in 2028, the department will recommend January 14th, 2028 for the Phoenix headquarters meeting and January 15, 2028 for the commission awards banquet.
Great.
I will open it up for conversation and discussion if the commission has any. Otherwise, the department does have a recommendation for the commission.
I just want to mention one thing is that these, as we vote these in, there is still flexibility attached. So if we see, because it's really hard to plan out this far in advance. So if anything comes up, the commission and the chair still has the capability to come back to the commissioners and suggest alternative dates to these. So yes, these are kind of sort of set in stone, but it's a pretty soft stone. So if there is something that does change, then we have that flexibility. Am I correct with that?
Madam Chair, that is correct. And you will see that reflected in the recommendation on the
Okay.
next slide.
All right, good. Any other comments? Well, love your recommendation.
Next slide, please. So, Madam Chair, the department recommends that the commission vote to adopt the schedule as presented or with changes made at this meeting and subject to changes in the future on the authority of the commission chair.
Great. I have a recommendation. Do I have a second? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Luke.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, thank you.
Madam Chair, item 16 is election of commission chair and vice chair for July 1st, 2026 through June 30th, 2027. Presenter is Luke Thompson, special assistant to the director still.
To this moment.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, it's our annual opportunity to identify the next commission chair and vice chair for July 1, 2026 through June 30, 2027. There is no presentation associated with this. This is your moment as chair and commission to move through the process, and I will defer to you to identify the next chair and vice chair.
I would like to make a recommendation to nominate Commissioner Guggenhauer for the chair and the co-chair to be Commissioner Kerr. That's my recommendation. So I need a second.
Co-chair or vice chair?
Vice chair, sorry.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I
No,
got-
you can be king.
It's good to be the king.
Thank you for correcting me. Vice chair. Okay, I have a second from Commissioner Manuel. Any comments? I would be,
Madam Chair, I would like to make a comment here before we vote. And I really want to recognize your role as chair. I think for this past year, I remember talking to you before you assumed this role, if you were ready for it, if it was going to go. I want to say it's been an absolute pleasure having you as the chair, and I know we'll talk about this more at our awards banquet, but the amount of work that you put in, look at the table up here, for preparation for a commission meeting. I don't think I've ever seen that amount of preparation before, and thank you for that leadership.
Absolutely. I wore out 2 red pens putting together my notes, but I appreciate that acknowledgement. It has truly been my pleasure, and I always say this about being a commissioner and also chair. I know more about stuff I didn't think I even needed to know about than I thought I ever would in my whole life. And if I never hear the word addle again, I'll be a happy girl. It's been astoundingly interesting and fascinating. And yes, it took a little more time than I expected, but I've enjoyed every single minute. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're good to go. Congratulations here. Excellent. Thank you so much. And thank you, Luke. And thanks to the executive team as well.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Madam Chair, item 17 is Chairman, Commissioners, and Director comments.
Oh, yeah, but who would like to begin? Would you like to begin, sir?
So it's been a busy month. We all attended WAFLA, and to piggyback on what you said, I don't know that, well, we know we're the best commission in the West, but I can also tell you we're also the envy, I think, of a lot of the other commissions and states. So, and that's not us, that is everyone in the room here and who they represent. So pat on the back to them. It was very information, it was good. I mean, the first WAFO I attend seemed more like a commiseration of commissioners, and this one seemed to be a lot more productive.
Yeah.
What are our issues? How can we solve them? How are you solving them? I think it was a much better WAFO meeting as far as commissioners go. Let's see, what else? I got to catch a red band trout. I'd like to thank Julie for that. She pointed me in the right direction, so that was good. And then I was recently able to help with the banding of over 600 geese. And I don't want to steal any of Cody or Nate's thunder, but they really did a great job. I know that last year when they started this banding project, I think Cody said, well, we'd be happy if we caught 50. Well, we ended up catching over 300. And this year, I think we doubled that.
Wow.
And I got to say that the process of moving through that many animals was pretty amazing. They've really got it down. The time we spend with the birds in the pen, by the time we get them checked off, banded, and on their way, has decreased. And it was really a lot of fun. And we had people that were very interested watching from the sidelines, and they wanted to know if they could help. But we said, you can watch, but you can't help without, going through the necessary volunteer processes. But it really was a good time, and hats off to the Region 1 people for putting that all together, because that doesn't just happen. I mean, they had to plan with private landowners. They had to plan with state, national, at those levels. And it really did come together, and the cooperation was impressive to see.
Good.
So that was fun.
Great. Thank you. Commissioner Manuel?
Being so new, I appreciate the department allowing me to go to WAFLA with everybody. Informative and at best, the things that we're doing and learning about other states and what we can bring back to Arizona to be better here. Also, since the last meeting, with the Department of Wildlife for Tomorrow, I got to take my daughter and I to a bald eagle banding, nestling banding, which was really, really cool. And to see some stakeholders and members of the public attend that too. So that was a really awesome experience.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Commissioner Guggenauer.
Yes, I just wanted to talk about WAFWA as well, Western Association of Fish and Wildlife. It is a great meeting. Another one of those that we talk about, like we were talking about with Mr. Sterla, is we were talking about our Fair Chase Committee that we have. And yet another state, this is probably the fourth or fifth time that some state, after the presentation, came up to one of us and said, you got to send us your information on Fair Chase. We don't have anything like that, but we realize the value of having that. And they, once again, look to Arizona to provide that. So thank you, Luke, for reaching out to the agencies. Also during the month, I was able to meet with the Arizona Desert Bighorn Chief Society through a virtual meeting that they had. Wanted to give a shout out to Eric Hunt for arranging that, a good opportunity to meet with his group and talk about some of the issues they have and provide some oversight on not only what the department does, but the role of the commission in all that. And then one of the funnest things we saw today, the Arizona Trout Unlimited Youth Group. This is a great organization. They meet every year up here in Payson. They go to the fish hatchery. I think they had some of our public affairs people talking with them this week. A great opportunity. You know, if we talk about R3 and introducing youth, these people are the future leaders. It doesn't take much talking to them to understand that they've got a good vision of what they want to do, and they're pretty focused on it. So it's a great opportunity. I thank the Trout Unlimited for putting that together. Other than that, I look forward to being the chair next year. Thank you to the commission for the confidence on that. And we will continue, as we always do, to work together, to work as one commission and one voice to the department on most everything that we do. We don't have 100%, but we strive for that commonality. So thank you.
Of course, I have something to say about WAFWA as well. There was a new meeting, and it was for people or agencies that were trying to put together not-for-profits. And as all of you know, we have Wildlife for Tomorrow. And it was wonderful having Becky Boko there, who is our steam engine behind Wildlife for Tomorrow, sharing what they have done to move this forward as a 501c3. And I was very interested to see, as that meeting went on, we'd get more and more people coming in because they really have no clue how to start. And so I think the basis that you, Becky, and past leaders have done for that group was really well displayed at that meeting. And it was almost a 2-day meeting. I think I had to leave and come home to go to another meeting, but it was really time well spent. And I'm very pleased that I think you had recommended that last year to put that together, and everybody jumped on board for that. So that was really great. And I also wanted to say we had an excellent workshop. And we had asked for very definitive, detailed information on certain topics, a bunch of different topics. I don't need to run them all through you, but boy, did our people show up. And the detail and the background and the discussions that we had around each of those topics really was huge benefit, I think, not only to the commission, but to the department in general. So it was really very, very well done and time well spent. And it was succinct. We didn't drone on and on about one particular topic. It was very, very well done. So thank you, Director. Thank you to all your teams. It was awesome. It was, and I know some of these other people had something to do with it too. So it was wonderful. And also thanks to Dolores and Jim for a great party last night, a little dinner and some Italian food. And I got to have a martini, and it was really nice. And I love, my husband wants to move into your new house. So just FYI, if you see him in the back lawn, you'll know what's happening. But I really want to thank you all. It's just been terrific. Thank you. What?
I need to come back to this.
You need to come back to that?
I need to come back to that.
Okay,
Thank
all
you.
right. And then apparently this
We
guy
have some
next to me has something else to do. We have some unfinished business
Evidently,
apparently.
there's something we have to move. Okay, so
Okay, all right.
Following the commission vote regarding the license fee and evaluation of the proposed action to evaluate transition to non-resident archery deer OTC to a draw. And in relation to our discussions, let's say direct the department to evaluate the actions and steps necessary to manage the non-resident over-the-counter archery deer through a draw system rather than a first-come, first-serve during the next standard Article 1 review.
So action item.
Mhm.
Okay, so do we agree as a commission that this should be an action item?
If we're doing that, but a question? A clarification, was that not covered in yours, or is this a different approach?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Guggenhauer, I believe this would be a separate action item
Okay,
that would direct the department to evaluate.
so then we need to make a formal motion, second and vote, right?
Okay,
So
So
that's a
formal motion,
I'll second
formal
it.
motion to direct the department to evaluate the steps necessary to manage non-resident over-the-counter archery deer through a draw system rather than a first-come, first-serve during the next standard Article 1 rule review cycle.
and we have that typed out, Luke, so we can give that to you.
Madam Chair, I do. I'd be happy to restate it for the commission if they need it.
That'd be
Otherwise, we
great.
can move forward.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
So what I captured was an action item for the commission to direct the department to evaluate the actions and steps necessary to manage the non-resident over-the-counter archery deer through a draw system rather than a first-come, first-served system during the next standard Article 1 rule review cycle.
Correct.
Okay.
So motion by Commissioner Kerr, second by Commissioner Guggenhauer.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you all for that. Madam Chair, item 18 is future.
It's my fault. It's my fault.
Madam Chair, item 18 is future agenda items and action items.
Madam Chair, Mr. Director, we just moved through the single action item or the single formal action item from the day. So I believe we're wrapped up.
Madam Chair, item 19 is the litigation report.
No report today.
Madam Chair, that completes the agenda that I have. So thank you all.
I need a motion to close the meeting, please.
So moved.
So moved. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Okay, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
With authority.